Good afternoon, honorable members. At the break, we were debating a compendium of bills. I assume you are ready to begin. As many, the chair recognizes the honorable member for East Grand Bahama.
Mr. Deputy, we just had a change in speaking order, and the member for St. Anne's will speak now.
Thank you, honorable member. The chair recognizes the honorable member for St. Anne's.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It is my pleasure to be here in the Honorable House of Assembly, representing the great people of the St. Anne's constituency and the wider Bahamas as a voice for the people. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I see that after it was last raised in the House of Assembly before we broke for election, there is now a new clock, brand new clock in the House of Assembly. And the numbers that keep us in line, Mr. Deputy Speaker, are in red. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we have some important business, and I'll be getting into that as we're debating this compendium of pieces of judicial legislation, which include the Judges' Remuneration and Pensions Amendment Bill, Court Services Bill, Supreme Court Amendment Bill, Court of Appeal Amendment Bill, Coroner's Amendment Bill, and the Magistrates Amendment Bill. This morning, Mr. Deputy Speaker, after realizing that we are now back to business, having gone through the by-election process for West Grand Bahama and Bimini, I decided that I was going to do something a little bit different. And so while I was in the kitchen making my coffee, I put the television on to YouTube, and I did a little 2-minute exercise, Mr. Deputy Speaker. You know, the battle may be over, Mr. Deputy Speaker, but the war has yet begun. Mr. Deputy Speaker, that said, it was my every intention as a new member of Parliament. I think the Attorney General has referred to me in the past as a rookie member of Parliament, but nevertheless, I would have come in the 2021 administration, and the victor, Mr. Kingsley Smith, would have also come in the same administration in a different year, but in the same administration. So we'd be all one and part of the same entry class, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I had every expectation of congratulating him and the Prime Minister in the House of Assembly today. It was my expectation that with his having been nominated as a candidate and been victorious, that he would be ready to do the people's business. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we went through the process of the parliamentary registrar returning the writ of election, but we don't have another member of Parliament in this House of Assembly. I'm not sure how this is supposed to work, and I don't hold Mr. Smith I don't even know if I should be calling him, well, I shouldn't be calling him West Grand Bahama and Bimini yet because he hasn't been sworn in. I don't believe it is his cause for not being here, but I also believe he does have a bank account. So what I do believe and what I don't believe as it regards to the good gentleman is still too early to tell long term. But there have been, and I've counted at different points today, no more than 16 members of the government side coming here. 16 members is half of their complete side. They have 32, we have 7. That's a total of 39. Where is the other half of this Davis Cooper administration's government, Mr. Deputy Speaker? And where and why does West Grand Bahama and Bimini still not have representation in the House of Assembly? Now, I understand that a contingent has gone to Dubai. We must have timeshares in Dubai, Mr. Deputy Speaker, because we seem to have a commitment to go there every year. And it's not just one group that goes, it's more than 2 groups that go. So it's probably a 2-week timeshare that we have down there in Dubai, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I know that from the Middle East, we've gotten a $70 million loan that's supposed to be going to the Exuma Airport or to multiple airports. I've not seen any airport work yet in this great Commonwealth of the Bahamas that this administration can take full accountability for, except for a few used containers being remodeled and modified for North Eleuthera. The South Eleuthera Central Eleuthera Airport, Mr. Deputy Speaker, still is an extreme eyesore. It's in the same state of condition that appeared to be the government's political party's headquarters in West Garran, Bahamas, where the roof was caving in and the paint was falling off the walls. But this is where we are, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The opposition is here. Half of the government is here. The other half is, as I said, in their timeshare in Dubai. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in preparing for this compendium of bills today, I thought it an opportunity to pique an interest. I went through a bit of the minutiae of each of the bills. And when you're looking at bills that are, for the most part, amendments, you can't just look at the amendment bill itself. You have to look at the original bill that it's amending. So while I do support these bills, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to make sure that through this debate process, we get these amendments right, Mr. Deputy Speaker. We all know that the Court Services Bill is something that the late Chief Justice Brian Murray had fought very long for. The former Chief Justice, Sir Brian Murray, had fought very long for. And I know that probably the entire time that I've been an attorney at the bar, it's been something that has always been at the forefront of the future plans for our judiciary to have more independence from the executive, as it's our third or second branch of government. Mr. Deputy Speaker, curiously, in trying to review the original legislation to compare the amendments, I went to the Laws of the Bahamas online statutes, and I've looked at that site for probably the last 10 years, really since it came into existence. It did away with the books that you would cut and paste physical paper and stick in an update. And the site itself, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just a point of curiosity, appears to have been updated since June or July of this year, and maybe it's been released to the public even more recently than June or July of this year. But it's got some very attractive photographs of the Bahamas, almost as though it's marketing the jurisdiction. There's a beautiful one of the court complex. There's a beautiful one of a beach with some residential properties in the background. And then there's one of Government House, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where our Governor General resides and where a lot of our official functions occur. But curiously for me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was the image of Government House had Columbus in it. And I don't recall any notification coming around or ceremony coming around for the re-erection of the Columbus statue there at Government House. But it's still at the forefront of the latest positions and websites of this government. Maybe at some point, as we get through this debate today, we'll hear when that statue is going to go up again. And I know that my counterpart, former boss Freetown, has an opinion on the person that should go there. I don't think the name should be announced in the House of Assembly of who that person is. But if we're advertising it, many Bahamians want it back up. Let's put it back up. If we're not putting it back up, let's still reconsider that. But if we're not putting it back up, take it off the site. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm going to begin my review of the compendium of legislation by looking at the Judges' Remuneration and Pensions Amendment Bill of 2023. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is an amendment that amends only one section of the existing Act. The existing Act provided for retirement ages of 60 and 65 with pensions and gratuities. And this act seems to be addressing, this amendment bill seems to be addressing the particular section, and it identifies that notwithstanding anything contained in this section, the holder of a judicial office may retire and shall be paid a pension and gratuity in accordance with this act. A, at any time after attaining the age of 55 years, and B, having held judicial office for 5 5 years or more. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there was a provision in the existing act before this amendment that allowed judicial officers to retire at the age of 55. So initially, I wasn't sure why we were making this amendment, Mr. Deputy Speaker, why it was important to create a retirement age of 55 under this 2023 bill, when by Section 6, subsection 3 of the existing act, it reads, notwithstanding anything contained in this section, any holder of a judicial office under this section may retire at any time after attaining the age of 55 years or having held judicial office for 5 years. So it seemed to be covered already. I haven't heard exactly why we're making an amendment to that bill when 55 was already an optional retirement age. And it may be to do with the language that continues in this proposed amendment, where it reads at 4, the new section 4 will read, nothing in subsection 3 shall affect the payment of a pension and gratuity previously made under this act to the holder of a judicial office, or B, prevent the retirement of the holder of a judicial office and the payment of a gratuity or pension and a gratuity under this act who is desirous of retiring in accordance with the provisions of the repealed Section 3, provided he, within 3 months of commencement of the subsection, indicates in writing to the Chief Justice his intention to retire in accordance therewith. So under the existing legislation, you can retire if you were serving when this act came into effect at the age of 60 years. After that, the retirement age for you to receive a pension gratuity by Section B would have been at 65 years of age. In each case, at 60 years of age, if you were serving when this act came into effect, which was in 1988, or at 65 years, if you were coming in as a judicial officer after this act came into effect. Both of those provisions dealing with retirement at 60 or retirement at 65 clearly speak to the provision of a pension and gratuity. The provision in the existing legislation that I mentioned earlier, which talks about retiring at 55, a judicial officer may retire at 55 after having held office for 5 years. It doesn't specifically say that if you retire at 55, which is the third option under the current act, that you'll get your pension and gratuities. So there's two things with the second part of this amendment. The first thing is how it says, notwithstanding in subsection 3, nothing in subsection 3 shall affect the payment of a pension or gratuity previously made under this act to the holder of a judicial office. So this section is giving the power, which I said already existed, to retire at 55 once you've served 5 years in office. The current act didn't allow you, or didn't specifically make clear that you would receive pension and gratuity. The first part of Section 4, Section 4A, nothing in subsection 3 shall affect the payment of a pension and gratuity previously made under this act to the holder of a judicial office. So what I'm wondering, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is whether this provision is attempting to bless retroactively the disbursement of pensions and gratuities to persons under the 1988 legislation who retired after attaining the age of 85 but hadn't gotten to the age of 60 or to the age of 65. So there is, for me, Mr. Deputy Speaker, something that is not entirely clear. And if it is the intention that it's trying to make the retroactive payment of pensions and gratuities to persons that previously retired on the 1980 Act after attaining the age of 5 and having served 5 years in office, I think the language needs to be more clear. And if it's not trying to do that, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to know whether or not there have been any individuals who retired at the age of 55 that have received pensions and gratuity. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, that then leaves just this last part of the judge's remuneration bill, and that is where those who are desirous of retiring in accordance with the provisions of the repealed subsection 3 have to provide 3 months' notice from the commencement of the subsection. So the ability to continue to serve until the age of 65 remains. I don't understand what or who might need to serve this notice, because 65 was getting pensions and gratuities, 55 possibly not, but who's going to want to retire coming up on the age of 55 and give notice that I want to retire, I don't want my pension and gratuity? It's a little curious, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and maybe the drafting minds can just consider that to make sure that nothing is being missed, particularly the retroactive payment of any previous pensions and gratuities. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm going to move on now to the Court Services Bill. The Court Services Bill, as was acknowledged by my good constituent, the member from Fort Charlotte, a former Attorney General. This was something that was tabled under the last administration, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
And ask the honourable member for Freetown.
For Fort Charlotte didn't acknowledge that, and that is not factually accurate. A court services bill, 90% the same as this one, was tabled in the last administration.
Thank you, honourable member.
I believe that's what I said, but nevertheless, I agree with that statement. A court services bill was tabled in the last administration, and it was, maybe the percentages are off, 90% the same. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I in fact have a copy of that court services bill from 2020, and I have a copy of the current court services bill that we're now debating that's in the year 2023. Mr. Deputy Speaker, when you look at these pieces of legislation, the beginning of the act, you'll have the arrangements of sections. And when I take my ruler and compare, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the arrangement of these sections, Section 1 is the same, Section 2 is the same, Section 3 is the same, Section 4 is the same, Section 5 is the same, 6 is the same, 7 is the same, 8 is the same, 9 is the same, 10 is the same, 11 is almost the same, 2020 said long-term, 2020 said long-term fiscal policy objectives of the council, and 2023 says fiscal policy objective plan of the council. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm going to go through. 12 is the same. 13 is the same. 14 is different because it says it provides qualifications of chief executive officer, basically a qualified accountant. Then 15, Mr. Deputy Speaker, exists at 18 in the current legislation. 16 exists, 17 exists. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's almost word for word what was done in 2020, and there's nothing wrong with that, because this isn't about elected members of the legislature, Mr. Deputy Speaker. This is about the judicial branch of our government. This is about moving that independent body into a more empowered position, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the persons that worked on the 2020 legislation, including the former Attorney General Brian Sims, as well as the former members of Cabinet, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank, on behalf of the judiciary, members of the Bar Association. I'm actually going to touch on the Bar Association because they appear to be left off of the board. Left off of the board, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm going to get to that. But it's essentially identical, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And this Davis Cooper administration continues to show how impressive they are when they can pick the low-hanging fruit that the F&M left in the full cupboards of a comprehensive legislative agenda. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as I continue, I'm going to put the 2020 bill down and just refer to the 2023 bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I'm going to now look at particular sections that are of interest to members of the public as well as to those debating the bill in the House today. My first point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, of note for the member for Freetown is in the Section 3 interpretation, particularly the first and second definition. The first definition reads board. It says means the board of directors of the council. The second definition is chairman, and it reads means the chairman of the board of the council. So I would suggest, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that an amendment be made to delete of the council in the definition of chairman. We know what the board is. We have a board of directors of the council. We don't need a chairman of the board of the council because the board of the council is not defined. It's necessarily repetitive and can make it confusing. Mr. Deputy Speaker, it then goes on in Section 3 in the interpretation to the courts. So courts, Mr. Deputy Speaker, means the Court of Appeal, the Supreme Court, the Magistrates Court, and the Coroner's Court, and any other court declared by order of the Chief Justice. Now, when the good member for Centerville was the Minister of State for Legal Affairs, I recall him talking about these specialty courts, Mr. Deputy Speaker. That probably was at least over a year ago, probably during the 2022 budget communication, expectations, or even an independent communication by the minister at the time. Why, after such time has passed since then, do we not also list not only the specialty courts that the Minister of State, member for Centerville, had identified, but why aren't we also listing the specialty courts that were identified by the current Attorney General, Minister of Legal Affairs, Ryan Pinder? Mr. Deputy Speaker, the member for Centerville, former Minister of State, brought them up. The Attorney General, the Minister of Legal Affairs in the Senate brought these up. What they've identified at the announcement of this new court complex in the former Rodney Bain building, which is going to go into a specific purpose vehicle for the benefit of a massive court complex, all-inclusive court complex. There was expectation, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in those announcements by both Centerville and the Minister of Legal Affairs that there will be specialty courts for juvenile offenses. There will be specialty courts for sexual offenses. There will be a specialty family court, and there will be a specialty commercial court. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if we're truly...
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
There are magistrates' courts and Supreme Courts set for those purposes. In this country, we have two classes of courts, Magistrates' Court, Supreme Court, three really, and the Court of Appeal, who sit here. The family court is a Magistrates' Court, a Supreme Court. The juvenile court is a Magistrates' Court. The commercial court is a Supreme Court. I know Sinance does more transactional work as a litigator. I can help him that all of the courts here are either magistrates' courts or Supreme Courts.
Thank you, honorable member.
Tell Sinance that.
So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is something that most lawyers understand is an important quality to cross-examining, and that is you never ask a question you don't know the answer to. So the good member from Freetown has just stood up after I said there is no specialty courts because the big announcement by Centerville and the big announcement by the Minister of Legal Affairs that these would be coming. But then Freetown stood up and said they already exist. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'll leave that right there. Two sides of the same cabinet are saying they're going to be bringing it. One said it's already been brung. I agree with you, Freetown. They've already been brung. But they've not been mentioned in this legislation, Mr. Deputy Speaker. So there isn't a cohesive plan to this government administration.
The chair recognizes the honorable member for Freetown.
The doctor knows what types of courts there are. The Act is very clear. It defines courts as magistrates' courts, Supreme Courts. The proposed family court complex, which is coming, will be a magistrate's court and a Supreme Court when it arrives. It's a simple matter of analysis. It's not very difficult. Even a doctor gets it.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
That's very good, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, I don't know why with all the buildings around, I don't back down from my previous point. I think I made it clear. But now we're talking about when it arrives. And the good member from Freetown and the good Minister of Legal Affairs talking about the Rodney Bain building where these specialty courts are either going to be built or they're going to go in or they already exist or they're going to be placed. You have, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you have a completion period from commencement of construction of between 2 years and 2.5 years. The good F&M, Free National Movement Party, will be back in government by then, and I'll be there for the plaque ceremony. But more importantly, as was the plan of these guys that are sowing this complex, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it is the people of the Bahamas, if they see this through, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that will reap the benefits of these specialty courts. My only point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that as we're moving forward with a court services bill that identifies the particular courts, we don't have the specialty courts mentioned. Let's move forward with gusto, Mr. Deputy Speaker. If we can book first-class flights to Dubai, let's get these specialty courts built. Let's get them put into buildings that currently exist. Let's do this for the Bahamian people, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm going to put down this article by the Minister of Legal Affairs, and I'm going to go now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, just to give some examples of what this court services bill will do and the powers. There shall be established a body to be known as the Court Services Council, which shall be responsible for the providing administration and support services for the courts. The council shall be a body corporate with perpetual succession, a common seal. It may acquire, hold, and dispose of real property, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It may sue, it may be, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in its corporate name. It may enter into contracts and establish and operate bank accounts, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The board shall be the governing body of the council and shall perform the functions and exercise the powers of the council. Mr. Deputy Speaker, one of the things that the board is going to have responsibility for is the defraying by Section 8, defraying of the following expenditures. There's a few of them, but one of importance is, and again, the curious wording in this existing draft. The funds of the council shall be applied to defray the following expenditure. A, the salaries, allowances, pensions, and gratuities to justices of the Supreme Court and Court of Appeal pursuant to the Judges' Remuneration and Pensions Act. I've already spoken about the amendment to that act earlier. But essentially, money is going to be coming to pay the salaries of justices from the council. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in this act at Section 19, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is a provision in here that I didn't find in the 2020 draft. Section 19 says, judicial officers, not staff. 1, for the avoidance of doubt, except for the purposes of receiving salaries, allowances, pensions, and gratuities in accordance with Section 8, judicial officers are not staff of the council. I have not, in my personal experience, come into a situation where somebody was employed by one person but being paid by another person. Generally, who you get paid by, that's your compensation. That's the consideration for the services you rendered. But, Mr. Deputy Speaker, added into this bill. Now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, also I want to bring the public's attention to my 5th point, which is on page 12. Mr. Deputy Speaker, on page 12, you're going to have pension for staff of the council. So in section 23, which is on page 12, you have pension for the staff of the council. The council shall establish and maintain contributing pension plans in which employee and council are responsible for making contributions. So this is an employee and council responsibility. Button B, the council shall establish and maintain a non-contributing pension plan for public officers who held pensionable offices under the government of the Bahamas and were transferred in accordance with Section 20 from the Public Service to the Council. That's referred to as the benefits plan. What I can see happening here is that persons that have been working in the public service before can continue to participate in a benefits plan, a pension plan that the government is paying into. But new hires, Mr. Deputy Speaker, if you haven't been in the service of the government and transferred over into the council before, new hires are going to be subject to a contribution plan where the employer and the council, where the employee and the council are contributing. We've seen this recently with the Royal Bahamas Police Force incoming officers, Mr. Deputy. This is an interesting development by this caring Davis Cooper administration. Mr. Deputy Speaker, if I can, I would ask for 10 more minutes, but I see I have approximately 2. So I'm going to wrap up my points on this court services bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker, where I'm looking at the constitution of the Board of Directors. So the Board of Directors is going to have members, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and those members shall consist of the Chief Justice, President of the Court of Appeal, a Justice of the Supreme Court, the Registrar of the Supreme Court, who shall be the Secretary, the Chief Magistrate, a public accountant licensed by the Bahamas Institute of Chartered Accountants, a member of civil society appointed by the Chief Justice, and then, as Freetown was saying, the President or Vice President of the Bahamas Bar Association. So what's interesting to me is that you're going to have a public accountant, and I think that's probably going to be the Chief Financial Officer under this court services bill. Okay, it may not be, but you also have this position of a member of civil society appointed by the Chief Justice. Is that going to be the same individual who is going to be the Chief Executive Officer? So you're going to end up with a board that has no contribution from the Chief Executive Officer that has the authority over the administration of our Court of Appeal, our Supreme Court, and our Magistrates Court, and our Coroner's Court. But they're not going to be sitting on the board, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Now, qualifications of the Chief Executive Officer don't make this individual having to need a background in law, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am going to ask for 1 minute over my time, sir, if that's fine. And I say it's interesting because you have this Chief Executive Officer who basically is going to have all of the administrative functions usurped from the current administrating officers to him or her. Hopefully it's a her, Mr. Deputy Speaker, since we're in this week of honoring women in our country. But under Section 17, the administrative functions of the registrars under the Court of Appeal Act, the Supreme Court Act, the Chief Magistrate and Administrators under the Magistrates Act, and the Coroner and Administrators under the Coroners Act shall be vested in the Chief Executive Officer. You have the Supreme Court Act, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which intended and does increase the number of judges from 20 to 25 to deal with the court backlog, to deal with these specialty courts when this administration found them. But it didn't go so far as to confirm that the powers of the registrar by Section 65, 67, and 68 are seconded to the Chief Executive Officer. That, however, Mr. Deputy Speaker, was done under the Court of Appeal Amendment Bill. The administrative and financial powers, authorities, and duties of the Registrar of the Court of Appeal are removed from the Registrar, and they're to be the functions of the Chief Executive Officer under the Court Services Act. Similarly, in the Coroner's Amendment Bill, the Administrator of the Coroner's Court, his administration functions will now be the administration functions of the Chief Executive Officer. The Court of Appeals Registrar is now essentially going to be working for the Chief Executive Officer. The Administrator, Deputy Administrator, Assistant Administrators of the Magistrates Court are now going to be, as far as administration is concerned, the assistants of the Chief Executive Officer. That is in fact what is being stated in the Magistrates Act.
Yeah.
Now, finally,
You wrap it up.
yes, I am. Finally, one more point for town to take into consideration is this, just as the leader of government business, you'll be putting these bills forward. But when you look at the amendment in the Magistrates Amendment Bill, I said I agree with these amendments, but I just want to make sure we get them right, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Section 2, it says the principal Municipal Act is amended by deleting Section 4 and substituting the following. 4, Administrator, Deputy Administrator, and Assistant Administrator. 1, Section 1, the Administrator, Deputy Administrator, and Assistant Administrator of the Magistrates Court and such other officers are attached to the Office of Administrator shall assist the Chief Executive Officer. One important provision, Mr. Deputy Speaker, which I think should have continued, is that the first provision of Section 4 in the current Act is not replaced by this amendment. And that was where the Governor General, under the Public Service Bill, had the authority to appoint administrators, deputy administrators, and assistant administrators. So if we're removing that because we've got a new Section 4 and we're not inserting the new power by which these officers will be appointed, I'd like the government to ensure that they've thought that through and they know how it's going to be done. Otherwise, that a slight amendment comes in to preserve the section, the existing section, subsection 1, section 4. If they're not going to be public servants, are they appointed by the Court Services Council? It didn't refer to those positions under the Act. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I'm just going to close now, Mr. Deputy Speaker, as we're honoring National Women's Day. I've always struggled to look across the aisle and take in the images that sit before me, but I understand the Zonta Club, Mr. Deputy Speaker, has been in here and they beautified the well today. And before my eyes gaze upon them, there are these beautiful orange bows, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that soften what I have to look upon. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we always talk once a year about the suffragist movement, the great women that have served in the Assembly, but I think that we need to do more than talk. As we leave one year, we set a target for what we're going to accomplish the next year. The women of this country are wondering where the $500,000 women's shelter is. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are several other issues, Mr. Deputy Speaker. But I'm going to close now. Our Senator Maxine Seymour had a great letter to the editor in the Tribune on the 27th of November. It was penned by her on the 26th of November. It's worth getting a copy if you haven't already done so, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Maybe display it in your constituency office in North Eleuthera. But in closing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we heard from some of the members of government, the female members of government today, and I'd just like to acknowledge all of the women that were candidates in the last election for the Free National Movement, for their continued contribution to the success of civil society in this country, governance, being role models. One was actually inducted into the Sports Athletic Hall of Fame, Garden Hills, recently. But those members are Pakeisha Parker Edgecombe, Miriam Reckley Emanuel, Jennifer Isaacs Dotson, Maxine Seymour, Nicole Martin, Vandia Stewart, Felicia Knowles, and now in this administration we have another female leader in the Senate, and that is the one and only Senator Michaela Barnett. Mr. Deputy Speaker, with that I close. Thank you very much for your time. Members of government, continue to try to do better. If you fail, the opposition will here to do best.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many? Yeah. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for South and Central Andros.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. And I would hope that St. Anne's would thank me for giving him 6 minutes of my time to speak the extra what he always does in this house. But good afternoon, Deputy Speaker. I rise today through the strength of the Almighty God and on behalf of the great people of Mangrove Key, South and Central Andros to present my contribution on the Hog Key Change of Name Bill 2023, a bill for an act to change the name of Hog Key, an island east of Little Exuma, mainland. Mr. Deputy Speaker, before I get into the bill, I want to lend my voice to congratulate the newest elected member in this honorable House, Mr. Kingsley Smith, Member of Parliament-elect for West Grand Bahama and Bimini. Also, Mr. Deputy, through him, I'd like to thank the men and women of Hog Key and Ocean Key that helped to usher him in to victory. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to congratulate, and in keeping with this week's National Women's Week, all the women, past and present, and those women that are instrumental in my life. My grandmother, Miss Evangeline Cummings, that's listening. My mother, Mrs. Donna Lundy, that's listening. And also my wife, so that I could have a good dinner later on tonight. But, Mr. Deputy, they say the best cooks in the world come from Andros. And to prove this point, Mr. Deputy, I want to congratulate Ms. Mona Lee Johnson from Central Andros High School, who took center stage at the 2023 Bahamas Young Chef Culinary Competition, winning the senior division. I want to give her a special shout out. I also wish, Mr. Deputy, to congratulate all Family Island students who took first, second, and third place in the junior division, and along with the first, third, and fourth place in the senior division. What a feat for the Family Islands, Mr. Deputy. In Andros, Mr. Deputy, we are gearing up for the festive season, and as usual, we have our tree lighting ceremonies scheduled in all 3 areas of my constituency throughout the month of December. I also wish to give notice that we will be having our Christmas pop-up giveaway in the constituency and warn all constituents to stay tuned. We're coming, Mr. Deputy. I wish that the member for Kalani would take note of that part and say the same thing when he gives his contribution. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. That's my MB. So I'll be listening. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the change of name from Hog Key to Torch Key is a mandate of the government in accordance with the agreement made with the developers of that 700+ acre private island. We recognize, Mr. Deputy, that owning a private island is possible in today's world, and many have already become owners of the ocean, lake, and river islands in various countries. The Bahamas is no exception, Mr. Deputy. However, in our country, which is abiding respect for law, the owner is still subject to the laws of this particular country, no matter how big the island is or the size of it. Mr. Deputy, because the renaming of a geographical area in this country is regulated by the state, we find ourselves in this honorable House to engage this process as our duty to the territorial administration of these islands, rocks, and keys. Historically, Mr. Deputy Speaker, our islands have been named according to a combination of geography, culture, history, or compelling features. For example, Mr. Deputy, Grand Bahama is named for its size and the strength of the people in using their voice for peaceful elections. Other islands, like Inagua and Mayaguana, have Lucayan roots and date back to the original inhabitants who lived there. Abaco was also named from the Lucayans, from the word Abacon, which means people from the east. New Providence, Mr. Deputy, was named by the British to signify a new capital. Hog Island was renamed Paradise Island for reasons that should be obvious at this time. I say this to say, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that there are a number of factors that play a role in the naming of islands and the choice to keep it or change it. As is the case with living in an archipelago, we find that many of the smaller islands have similar or near identical names. It may surprise many Bahamians that at a given time, we were familiar with Hog Key in Long Island, Hog Key in Ragged Island, and Hog Key in Exuma. There is also a Hog Key, Mr. Deputy, in South Caicos, our familial neighbors. As a developer, one wishes to invoke a special identity as you build and evolve and market your project to its customers. A more appealing name can draw more visitors. Therefore, a change of name, Mr. Deputy Speaker, seems fitting for this key. The name change to Torch Key is an important aspect of the development which will foster economic growth and create job opportunities for many Bahamians. If we consider, Mr. Deputy, some developers of subdivisions and housing projects who choose to name for streets and corners and roads within them, do so with careful attention to the meaning and feeling the name evokes. It will, no doubt, Mr. Deputy, foster a sense of pride for all who travel there. The name change to Torch Key, Mr. Deputy, also aligns with the improvements in infrastructure and sustainable developments that will happen over the next few years. Mr. Deputy, the long-term vision for this key's success is the determinant to the name change. And as the representative for the people of Mangrove Key, Central, and South Andros, I give my full support to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As many, the Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for East Grand Bahamas.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, it is again a privilege to stand in this honorable place to represent the good people of East Grand Bahama, the people in High who are still waiting on their seawall, and also the people in Sweetings Key, who also are still waiting on a number of infrastructure issues. And Mr. Deputy, just before I get into my presentation, I wish to raise a matter on behalf of the people in Sweetings Key, who, through their local government, penned a letter to the Minister for Education. And they attached a petition for the reopening, the renovation of the Sweetings Key All-Age School. And Mr. Deputy, if you would recall, this is something that I have raised on a number of occasions in this place, and they, I believe, have a particular issue because those residents who continue to reside in Sweetings Key, they're not like everyone else who can just get in the car and ride to their school. Because there is no school on the Key, they will have to go on a boat early in the morning and be transported. It's probably about a 25-minute ride from Sweetings Key to McLeanstown, and then from McLeanstown, it's another hour drive to Freeport. And if you could imagine, Mr. Deputy, you've been to Sweetings Key. Many of the colleagues have also been to Sweetings Key. You could imagine having to do this on a daily basis really is an injustice, I believe, for that school to remain closed. And Mr. Deputy, the letter is signed by the Chief Counselor, Deputy Chief Counselor, and all of the council members. And they also attached a letter and a petition. And this petition was signed by the residents of Sweetings Key. And Mr. Deputy, I want to officially say that I 100% endorse their request. They sent a copy of it to me as well. I want to, at the end of my presentation, I want to table this so that there is an official record that the people in Sweetings Key have officially requested that their school be reopened. And I'll come back to that also after the presentation. It was damaged after Dorian. I'll answer and come back to it. Mr. Deputy, Fred Smith, KC, wrote an article about the independence of the judiciary. He wrote that judicial independence is a cornerstone of democracy. Without it, those who hold political power can victimize and oppress with impunity. And I quote, he says, "But a fundamental role is to serve as a check on the official power and ensure that no one, especially the executive branch of government, is above the law." Justice Lyons stated that the judiciary, and I quote, "is not an agency of the government." He said, "It is an independent body established under the Constitution." Mr. Deputy, I support the passage of the Court Services Bill and all of the accompanying bills. This is a bill, I recall, our government did a significant amount of work on. And I want to commend the, as was said by the member for St. Anne's, I want to commend the former Chief Justice, Henry, who was a tireless advocate for the Court Service Bill and the principle for which it represents. And also I want to commend the former Attorney General, Carl Bethel, who worked closely along with Brian Henry to draft our version of the bill. In 2020, the FNM drafted this bill, which is presented today with some minor changes. We support this bill and the principle it represents. But, Mr. Deputy, I want to discuss Clause 9 of the bill and what Clause 9 of the bill represents, which deals with the annual budget presented to the Minister of Finance. And I believe our version of the bill is identical to their version of the bill with respect to those financial clauses. Well, with some minor changes, I believe. This brings me also, Mr. Deputy, to discuss the IMF recent staff concluding statement of 2023, Article 4 mission. The IMF cautioned a fall in tourism demand. They said that it was a risk to our fiscal position, and especially stated that renewed pressures on global food and oil prices could impose a burden on lower-income households and put pressure on the balance of payments. Well, Mr. Deputy, this has been something that we have been speaking about for some time, almost to the point where some of the members on the other side almost make fun of the fact that we are saying remove VAT off of bread basket items. But I am shifting that to remove VAT off of bread basket items, but we need to remove VAT off of healthy food. And I believe that that is something that will add to assist when it comes to not just helping to provide food for people, but it will also assist to provide healthy food, which again has a health benefit. You know, Mr. Deputy, people all over the country, they are saying that if the economy is doing so well, Why do they feel poorer? The dollar is not buying what it used to buy. We have to spend more money to buy the same amount of goods. We gave the government measures that would help persons in these situations. We said take VAT off of healthy food. Increase the amount provided for social services assistance. Increase the number of people who approve or who can be approved for these programs. You know, if the by-election exposed one thing, it is the level of need in Grand Bahama. We also need to give more to social services lunch vendors. Again, if they are being provided the same amount and they have to spend more money for these goods, then somebody is losing out. Either the vendors themselves are losing or the children are losing. And then this ought to be repaid by adding VAT back to 12% on property transfers over $1 million. We believe they could pay for it. Mr. Deputy, because the court budget will still come from the central government, they, as everyone else, should be concerned with what the IMF says. Based on our policy, and this is what the IMF said, and I quote, based on current policies, the fiscal deficit is expected to be 2.6% of GDP in this year, 2023-2024, considerably larger than that was expected in the budget. The IMF is projecting that the government's deficit for the fiscal year, this fiscal year, will approach $380 million, which is almost 300% higher than the $131 million deficit in the government's budget and the medium-term fiscal strategy. This massive projected spike in the deficit was also projected, Mr. Deputy, by the rating agency Standard & Poor's. They did it, and they projected it in September of 2023. Based on what we know of the IMF, they do their research, and I believe they would not publish something that they cannot justify. What prompted the IMF to make such a projection, and why is it so different from the government's projected deficit in their budget? The government must answer these questions. I saw where the Minister for Economic Affairs said, well, it's a difference of opinion. I believe the people of the Bahamas deserve a better answer than it is a difference of opinion. The government must state whether these projections, first by S&P and now by the IMF, are accurate. And if it is true that they are on track to blow the budget's deficit target by almost 300%. If this is so, the government must follow the fiscal responsibility provisions of the Public Finance Management Act and come to Parliament with a plan on how they will curtail their extravagant and unnecessary spending so as to bring the budget back in line with what Parliament had approved. The IMF, Mr. Deputy, also spoke of the implementation of the OECD Global Minimum Corporate Tax by trading partners providing an opportunity for the Bahamas to introduce a well-defined corporate income tax. We ask what is happening with this proposal, or what is happening with this matter. We have not heard any move on this. The deadline was in August for consultation, and it is now December. What is the government's position on this? What is the plan? What is the timeline for the implementation? These are very relevant questions for the fiscal well-being of our country. The IMF also stated efficiency gains, and I quote, efficiency gains in spending programs and improvements.
The chair recognizes the honourable member for Freetown.
Sutton heard East Grandmama read from a report, a concluding statement, the opening paragraph of which, the second paragraph reads, the authorities have consented to the publication of the statement. The views expressed in this statement are those of the IMF staff and do not necessarily represent the views of the IMF's executive boards. And so the statement begins by saying, this does not necessarily represent the view of the IMF executive board. Much of what you hear as a disclaimer before talk shows. It is saying, so he should say, this is not the view of the IMF. And if he goes up earlier, it reads, a concluding statement describes the preliminary findings of an IMF staff at the end of so-and-so. And it goes on to say, does not necessarily represent the view of the IMF executive board on the preliminary findings of this mission. The staff will prepare a report. So they still have to prepare a report, subject to management approval, will be presented to the IMF Executive Board for discussion and decision. So he is reading from something upon which no decision has been made. But if he frames it in that manner, because I'll direct the Bahamian people where they can find it online.
Yes,
but to say it is the view of the IMF.
The IMF
the
staff.
IMF itself says it's not the view.
No problem.
It's not the view.
I will put staff.
The preliminary view.
I will put staff. If you want me to put staff, I'll put IMF
Mr.
staff.
Deputy Speaker, I can help through you. I can help him. If he says that what he is saying is a preliminary finding of the IMF staff to be presented to the board for consideration of their adoption, that would not do any violence to the truthfulness of what he is saying.
Thank you, honourable member.
And Mr. Deputy, I have absolutely no difficulty adopting the exact words that the member for Freetown has said. Now I'll move on. The IMF staff has said efficiency gains in spending programs and improvements in the financial management of state-owned enterprises will be needed to offset some of the budgetary pressures rising from an aging population. The IMF staff is saying, get the state-owned agencies' spending in order. They could not be more clearer. BPL, Bahamas Air, Water and Sewage, the less we have to spend on supplementing these entities, the more we will have to spend on education, healthcare, and the court, which we are discussing today, and on seawalls like the one that is needed in High Rock, the one that I spoke to on Monday, which requires urgent attention in High Rock. The IMF also told the government, or the IMF staff also told the government, additional steps should be taken to place more binding limits on the central bank financing of the fiscal deficit. They are speaking about more additional steps needs to be taken to limit the amount that central bank loans to the government to cover their deficit. It is my belief, my personal belief, that such a warning came as a result of the government's breaking the law and cleaning it up by amending the Central Bank Act. This was, in my view, wrong. And by the way, was the $200+ million ever repaid back to central bank? Did you ever plan to pay the central bank the money? The IMF said repaying the central bank back could serve to strengthen the government's credibility. If you do not pay it back, you will lose credibility. The IMF said also, an independent process should be put in place to select members of the Fiscal Council. Mr. Deputy, we have said it was a mistake to change the appointment structure of the Fiscal Responsibility Council. If you recall, it was wrong to place this under the Minister of Finance. It was done under, when the Free National Movement created the Fiscal Responsibility Council, the appointment was done by the Speaker of the House of Assembly. That was changed by the PLP government, and they put it under the Minister of Finance. We said at the time that it would not be an independent body. This has now been confirmed by the IMF staff. This council is supposed to be the watchdog on the government on fiscal matters. Their criticism is not meant to embarrass the government, but to improve the government's situation and to improve the overall Bahamas' situation. The government's arrogance on this issue has done a great disservice to the people of the Bahamas by not having a functioning council. It is a disservice to the Bahamian people by this council not reporting since the PLP came to office. Mr. Deputy, there are other significant matters addressed. Could I get an estimation of time?
1 minute.
Okay. Mr. Deputy, there are other significant matters addressed by the IMF, like the sand dollar implementation, and the court services is an ideal place for its usage. Payment of fees and other payments should be done or could be done by using the sand dollar. Also, the IMF mentioned more should be done with crypto regulation, monitoring to improve the situation. Mr. Deputy, on an issue which is highly relevant to me and to the people that I represent in East Bahama, that is, the IMF also mentioned the increase in the cost of property insurance. This was specifically mentioned by the IMF. Under the bill, the courts also have the ability to purchase property, which makes what the IMF said also relevant to them as well. The IMF, and I quote, says this: the increase in cost of the property insurance, they say, and I quote, this is leading to decreased insurance coverage, which in the event of an extreme weather event can potentially lead to significant losses for the population and ultimately create large fiscal needs. The IMF also presented potential solutions. They said a partial public funding of a micro-insurance product could be expanded in combination with a public mandate to carry a minimum level of property insurance. Mr. Deputy, we explored this, and I support the ability of a government program to assist home and property owners to obtain at least a minimum level of property insurance. This could take the form of a national insurance scheme for property owners. Mr. Deputy, after Hurricane Matthew, after Hurricane Dorian, the government had to fund millions of dollars to repair its own property, but also had to find millions of dollars to assist the population in repairing their own property. In fact, the government today still is attempting to repair a number of properties in Grand Bahama. And I would say they are still slow because the need is great and people are still waiting on home repairs as a result of Hurricane Dorian. We have a national insurance, which means that we have a health insurance, national health insurance, and national insurance also assists with a national pension scheme. Again, so that there are people who are in these positions who at the end of that, of their senior life or at their senior life, they will have particular funds that they can use to help live on after they've retired. That's national insurance. National health insurance, again, is a scheme that will assist persons to be able to get health care. Property insurance is a major, major issue for people, particularly in the Family Islands, particularly in Abaco and Grand Bahama, which seems to be more frequently visited with hurricanes. So, Mr. Deputy, if we put in place these kinds of assistance programs, it will most definitely assist persons in East Grand Bahama. It will definitely assist persons in the rest of Grand Bahama that are in need. Also, Mr. Deputy, they said this: increased fiscal buffers will be needed to provide some relief to those that may be affected in future disaster. Well, I think this statement goes without saying that we still need funding to help those who went through Dorian, but we also need funding for those who are going to experience, unfortunately, who may experience a future storm. They also said, Mr. Deputy, and I'm sure that those of us in Grand Bahama, we've been advocating for this for years now. And I'm sure that the by-election also reveals some things to some colleagues who West Grand Bahama, visiting West Grand Bahama may have been their first time or they've been their first time on the ground in West Grand Bahama. And that revealed the extent of the need in West Grand Bahama. And the need also is in East Grand Bahama and also is in the rest of the constituencies in Grand Bahama, in Pine Ridge, Marco City, Central Grand Bahama. The need is great for home repair and home roof repair as well. Also, Mr. Deputy, finally, the authorities could consider designing financial instruments that incentivize private insurance. We must look at this situation. I believe that it is a national crisis. It is a national crisis that you have so many persons who are in these low-lying areas without proper home insurance. We have so many businesses that are in areas that are vulnerable, and they are there without proper insurance. And property insurance continues to go up. So this is a situation that requires immediate intervention and immediate assistance. And I want to thank the IMF for bringing this issue and making this issue a public issue and for speaking about this issue, because it just confirms what we have been saying. It confirms and agrees with the arguments and the advocacy that those of us on this side have been making. And that is, there continues to be great need as a result of these storms. And Mr. Deputy, as I conclude, I wanted to read, I want to go back to the Sweeting Ski. And I wanted to just read into the record what these parents in Sweetings Key said and were requesting to the minister. It said, I hope that this letter finds you in good health and high spirits. I'm writing to you today on behalf of concerned parents and residents in Sweetings Key community. We kindly request your attention to a matter that affects the educational prospects of our children and the overall development of our community. As you may be aware, Sweetings Key All-Age School, the primary education institution on our island, has been closed since the passing of Hurricane Dorian in 2019. Since we understand the challenges posed by the declining student population, we firmly believe that reopening the school is vital to the future well-being of our community. It is important to note that under current conditions, students as young as 6 years old must catch a ferry at 6:30 a.m. every morning, combined with a 55-minute ride on a bus from McLeanstown to Freeport to attend school. By the time these students return home in the evenings, they are hungry, exhausted, and unable to focus on homework or extracurricular activities. Frequent adverse weather conditions pose certain risk. Mr. Deputy, I can tell you this. When there was a time when we had to travel to a church service and the weather was bad, I was frightened traveling on the ferry from McLeanstown to Sweetings Key. But these persons, again, have to travel this every single day. Frequent adverse weather conditions pose certain risk, particularly to younger students, while simultaneously interrupting learning processes due to the many instances when they are unable to attend classes. Our children deserve better, and I wholeheartedly endorse that statement. Although the number of school-age students currently residing on the island is relatively small, we have been in contact with numerous families who have expressed a strong desire to return if they are assured of a quality education for their children. As families, we believe in the value of a tight-knitted community and wish to contribute to its growth. However, the absence of educational facilities proposes a significant deterrent to their return. Reopening of the Sweetings Key All-Age School will not only accommodate the educational needs of our current students, but also attract potential new residents. A thriving school system would help to revitalize our island, promoting economic stability and fostering a sense of pride within our community. Furthermore, reopening the school would reiterate the logistic challenges faced by parents who currently have to commute to neighboring islands or mainland areas to provide their children with an education. This additional burden negatively impacts the overall well-being and quality of life for both parents and students alike. We acknowledge that the decision to close the school was likely made due to unforeseen circumstances at the time, such as budget constraints and declining enrollment. However, we kindly request that you reconsider this decision and explore alternative solutions that would lead to the reopening of Sweetings Key All-Age School. We are willing to work collaboratively with the school district, local authorities, and others to find creative ways to make this endeavor financially viable. In closing, a gentle reminder is all involved in the decision-making process, and a community without children is a community that is dying. A community without children is a community that is dying. Our children are our future, and it is signed by the parents and the residents. And then there's attached a petition signed by all of the parents. And so, Mr. Deputy, as I said, as their member of parliament, they gave me a copy of it. I wholeheartedly endorse the sentiments in this petition, I agree with it 100%. I will advocate for it, and I will continue to advocate for it until the Sweetings Key School is open. There is work being done now, and I'll say, to the credit of the government, there is work being done now to McLeanstown School. Yes, there is work being done to the McLeanstown School, which we accept is needed. But there also is a continuing need for High Rock community, for Pelican Point community, who may not travel that distance to go to the McLeanstown School. And it still does not solve the issue with the Sweetings Key kids, who are still going to have to take a boat to get to McLeanstown. And so, Mr. Deputy, again, this is a vital issue. It's an issue that needs to be looked at, needs to be resolved, as well as the High Rock dock, the High Rock seawall that needs urgent attention. I did a Facebook feed on it to bring some attention to it, and we're going to continue to advocate for the High Rock dock. I want to thank residents in the area, particularly Bishop Ruben Roberts, who has a business and lives in the area, and also, I don't want to call her name, but she lives directly across the street. I've grown to love, but she lives directly across the street. She is an elderly lady, well known in the community. Her daughters are well known in the community. And when I went there on Monday, she says she has to call her children to come and pick her up because she's so frightened when there is bad weather, because there's a lack of the seawall, causes the water to come right across the street from where she lives. And she's frightened when there is bad weather. And so, Mr. Deputy, this is something that is an urgent need for the community. But as I said, Mr. Deputy, I support the court services bill, and I support the accompanying bills that are there. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order that the documents be brought. The documents. Ms. Hannah, the documents when you get a minute. Yeah.
Mr. Deputy, can I just table?
Yes. Thank you, Honourable Member.
I never said Christmas.
The documents.
Mr. Deputy, I want to table the.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Order that the documents to lie on the table. As many, the chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Pinewood.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Again, I stand on behalf of the great people of the Pinewood constituency to represent their interests in this place. Mr. Deputy, before I go to my very brief contribution, I would like to offer condolences to the following families: Pastor Shirley Redwood, Dorothy Elizabeth Ferguson Colbrook, Deborah Roberta Gilbert, and Tennille Lavarity. May the great Comforter provide comfort to you and other families in your moment of bereavement. Mr. Deputy, we had a very successful job fair a few Saturdays ago. About 300 job seekers turned out for the job fair. I'd like to thank corporate Bahamas and some government entities for being there. There were individuals that I know personally who were employed and are very grateful. Mr. Deputy, I did my walkabout on Saturday, and I want to assure those residents that I spoke to, particularly through Gneptree and Breadfruit, their concerns about the cleaning of the drains have been passed on to the Ministry of Works for their attention. Mr. Deputy, we'll have our Christmas party on Saturday, December the 16th, between the hours of 2 and 4 p.m. The usual goodies would be there. All the kids are invited to come on out and have a good time. Last week, Mr. Deputy, we had our Thanksgiving giveaway where we aided the A&E home, Twilight, and also Pinewood Urban Renewal, along with other senior citizens in the area. And finally, Mr. Deputy, I would like to wish my baby sister, Andrea LaRoda Musgrove, a happy birthday tomorrow. May the Lord bless you with many more. Mr. Deputy, as we turn to this compendium of bills that is being debated today, I stand on the contributions laid out by the member for Carmichael, seconded by the member for Charlotte. And I'd just like to touch on briefly, Mr. Deputy. Earlier this year, we passed the Parliament bill. Mr. Deputy, I believe in the separation of powers. I believe that the legislative, the executive, and judiciary have separate roles to play, that I believe that they should be distinct. I believe that they should not overlap in responsibility nor in personnel. Now, we know that no country in the world have a complete separation. Our system of government, the Westminster system, is no different. But this year, as it related to the Parliament, and given that autonomy, Mr. Deputy, and there's some things that, as we grow as a country, it's progressive and positive to see those changes coming, albeit 50 years later. Mr. Deputy, when we spoke of the parliamentary bill and the Speaker, there's one thing that I noticed, and I've mentioned this over and over again. Maybe somebody's going to pay attention. At our government official functions, we notice Prime Minister, leader of the executive, and the Chief Justice, leader of judiciary. Time after time after time, even though the Speaker of the House is there. At one case, I think it was the swearing in of the Commissioner of Police, the Speaker sat some 5 rows in. At some point, as a country, we have to deal with these little simple things. The Prime Minister cannot be Prime Minister if he's not a member of the legislative branch. And in this House of Assembly, there is no Prime Minister or Cabinet Ministers in here. We are all members, and the Speaker heads that branch. For if any member get up in this place, it must be acknowledged by the Speaker of the House. And I hope as we're moving forward, somebody would send a message out that each one of these 3 branches leader, they are co-equals. And maybe if we start saying this over and over and over again, the message will get out. And one of these days, and it was mentioned at the opening of CARICOM, the Secretary General to CARICOM in her speech recognized 3 individuals: Prime Minister, the Chief Justice, and the Speaker of the House. And I was hoping at that point the light bulb would have gone off, and our protocol team would start to follow up on that or do some investigation on that. I don't think that 50 years in be harping on this over and over again, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Deputy, as we move from that bill to this one, you know, it has been mentioned that the former administration, I think it's accepted that the former administration did a lot of work on this bill. The reality is, you know, in life you don't get credit for things until you've done it. Your intentions are good and the intentions are noble. And there is no side who is going to be arguing on the content. And no bill is perfect. There has been some recommendations that was made by Senans and others that as we strive for perfection, some of these things can be considered. But to have an independent judiciary is very important, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Deputy. I mean, gone should be the days when the Chief Justice or even members of the courts itself should be worrying about simple things, about the Ministry of Works coming to fix their bathrooms, or going to court and finding out there are no papers to run off in the magistrate courts or the Supreme Court, or having members of staff being taken from public service and placed elsewhere. I think this piece of legislation is a good attempt by the government to bring some sort of independence to the judicial branch of the government, where with this council in place, that some of the things that seem so elusive should be made possible now. There should be, with a functioning council and independence, the judicial branch should be able to affect their business. I totally agree with the addition of raising the numbers from 20 to 25 justices. We know that practicing in the courts, I'm sure every attorney in here knows justice seems to move very slowly. And part of the reason is cases are taking longer, and so justice is in some cases being denied, if not delayed, Mr. Deputy. And so the government should be commended for this addition of 5 new justices. While on this topic, Mr. Deputy, I think in the future we should probably consider raising the age of those that sit on the bench, because if we are following what is being put out in scientific areas, and Kalani would know more of this, they're saying that the most productive years is between 60 and 70, seconded by 70 and 80. And so, Mr. Deputy, we all know of jurists in this country who at 65 still have a lot to offer, are just in the prime of their practice while sitting on the bench. Many of them would have been in private practice or came up during the public system. And so if we want to keep talent, I don't think age should be a factor that prohibits individuals who have a lot to offer in terms of service to the judiciary in the country at 65 should be put out to pasture or having to apply for an extension. In the UK, I think the age of retirement has been increased from 70 to 75. So it's just my humble opinion, Mr. Deputy, that maybe we should consider that raising the age for justices, not only of the Supreme Court, but also in the Magistrates Court. You all had a super majority. You had a super majority, Kalani. Mr. Deputy, again, with with this new piece of legislation, it speaks to now accountability and transparency. We're talking now about audits. We're talking about annual reports, Mr. Deputy. As mentioned early on, we have either the president or the vice president of the Bar Association sitting on this council. And this is a new and positive thing. Now we have that private sector weighing in, or members for that, having a voice on what is going on with regards to judicial matters, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, before I sit down, yes, I said I'll be very brief. All the other talking, you all can be able to talk about other things apart from this bill, and that's your right, because you have to. But, Mr. Deputy, East Grand Bahama raised some important points with regards in particular to Grand Bahama. I would just like to point out that not all of the homes in Grand Bahama, whether it be east or west, in my going to Grand Bahama, were just the result of damage from Dorian. Some of those storms have dated back years prior to that. And as we move forward in our assistance, I think there's about 2,600 people who would have been assisted by the Free National Movement in the wake of Hurricane Dorian. And I'm sure the MP for East Grand Bahama would also know that they're getting a duplication, because if I understand correctly, I think the maximum assistance provided was $10,000. And I understand that the pie is only so big. I don't question the benevolence of the former government. But you're talking about individuals who are still needing help because they've lost all of their belongings. And $10,000 was just not simply enough. And so we have, yet again, a lot of these same individuals who have had assistance is still applying for assistance, because the reality is the help that they got, although well-intentioned, was just not enough. And so we continue to assist and provide assistance, and it's fair to say that 2 years in, a lot of people is still waiting for the first help or for the second round of assistance. And it's just, the pie is only so big, only so much slices that we could give out. There are other areas that are in need in my district. You know, the importance there, people have 40 years of flooding. We're trying to address that. And slowly but surely, I just want to assure those residents in Grand Bahama, in Abaco, we saw damage in Bimini, that some of the assistance that's being provided is not just for individuals who had suffered storm damage, but all people of the community who have received assistance from other governments, who are just living in squalid conditions. You have the elderly, you have the infirmed, you have people who are impecunious who need the help of the government, and the PLP has always been an organization that would help those individuals. Finally, Mr. Deputy, I am not an economist nor a financial guru, and a lot is being made of the IMF report. There are others who could speak statement of the IMF staff statement. You know, Mr. Deputy, I've been around long enough to know of positions that was taken, and I'm not questioning their integrity or their malice. But one I remember very well that was given, and that was to cut the public service by somewhat 10 to 15%, of which former Prime Minister Christie and former Prime Minister Kalani totally ignored, and rightfully ignored. We are a small country, Mr. Deputy. Some of the standards that are being imposed on us are not going to be imposed on others. We have to work twice as hard. If you look at our GDP, I was looking at the UK, I was looking at our neighbors to the north and Europe, they are well over 100%. We are judged differently. That is the reality that we face. But on this side, we continue to do the best that we can on behalf of the Bahamian people. Thank you, Mr. Deputy.
Well, as many. The chair recognizes the honorable member for Kalani.
This clock works. I'm confused. You know, before I start, I enjoy listening to Member Pinewood. You know, he don't speak like a PLP. He speaks like an F&M. No, but he's a PLP. There's no doubt about that. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy. Mr. Deputy, before I get into my debate, I just want to point out a few brief Kalani matters. The guardrail on the West Bay Street, especially that immediately west of Gambia, that guardrail has been projecting into the road for some time now, posing a safety risk to drivers as well as pedestrians. And I had sent a communication previously warning that if it's not repaired sooner or later, we will have, if not an accident, possibly a death. And I think that should be addressed as possible. And there are several areas within the West Bay Street areas extending from Nesbitt, extending west. The road is eroding because of the tidal flow, the water, rough waves. And it's only a matter of time before the West Bay Street Road collapse. And therefore, again, I would ask the Minister of Works to treat that as a matter of urgency before we are unable to travel or traverse the Western Bay Street area. And, Mr. Deputy, one of the problems we face, especially in the West, is litter. For some reason, individuals feel like the West is the garbage bin of Providence. And I would appreciate if the Minister of Works would put up more do not litter sign throughout, not just the West, but throughout the Bahamas. Bahamians must keep our island and our country clean. But Mr. Deputy, it is good to be back in this place again near year end to offer my contribution on behalf of that great, lovely constituency of Kalani there in the West. And before discussing the legislation before us, I would like to note a few very important matters. Despite the many issues in the country, the government suspended business for a whole month so they could hold their party convention and send much of their cabinet to West End and Grand Bahama over the course of several weeks. And it is clear, Mr. Deputy, that the PLP business is more important than the business of the Bahamian people. They bragged. They bragged. I'm going there Friday. They bragged that they had a big agenda after the speech from the throne. Yet they quickly went on a very long, prolonged break. The country knows, Mr. Deputy, that the PLP's main agenda is using government for their own ends. And by the way, there is a song, Bush Crack and Man Gone. The Prime Minister is out of the country again, Bush Crack. They organized a convention and a by-election campaign. But they are a failure at organizing the work of government and the work of this House. Sadly, Mr. Deputy, I must again decry the poor organization of this chamber by the New Day administration. We got the usual late notice as to what we were to debate here only a few days ago. However, what was worse this time was a back and forth changing of what bill we were to debate. In fact, I started preparing one debate only to be informed 2 days later that it's changed. I was trying my best to communicate with others to find out what bill would we be debating. It was first this one, then it was something else, only to be some other combination. And more than 2 years in office, Mr. Deputy, they can't organize the House agenda, and God knows they can't fill potholes. If they can't do the simple task of government, we know why. They are failing miserably at the bigger task. But the PLP must be given credit for at least a couple of things. They are very good at traveling. They are good at giving out contracts and favors. And the PLP are also good at making promises. Just like all those big promises they made to the people of West End and Bimini. But they are not good at delivering on promises. The reason for this poor organization is gone again, Prime Minister. And yes, Mr. Deputy, Bush crack and man gone. He's never in the Bahamas long enough to bring order to the administration, and those on the opposite side are often leaderless. But you try in Freetown. As disorder rules. I am sure that the Prime Minister and his crew will enjoy their latest luxury trip to Dubai, paid for by us, the taxpayers. But, Mr. Deputy, we are here today to debate a series of judicial reform bills. They are the Supreme Court Amendment Bill 2023, the Judges Remuneration and Pensions Amendment Bill 2023, and the Magistrates Amendment Bill 2023. The Supreme Court Amendment Bill seeks to increase the number of justices from 20 to 25. The Judges Remuneration and Pensions Amendment Bill seek to provide for a judge to retire where he or she is over 50 years and served 5 years or more as a judicial officer. The amendment also preserves the right of a judge who attains the age of 55 within 3 months of the commencement of this act to retire and receive a pension in accordance with the repealed provision by writing the Chief Justice within 3 months following the commencement of the new provision. Mr. Deputy, with respect to the pension, there are 3 branches of government: the judicial, the legislation, and the executive. Should we not treat all similarly? Should we not have a bill brought here, a proper pension bill for the legislation? We have pension, insurance, etc. for the judicial. We have similar pension, insurance, and benefits for the executive. But should we not expand and ensure that the legislative have a similar pension plan as the executive and the judicial? And, Mr. Deputy, such bill, when brought in force, I hope very soon, would be retroactive to accommodate all those living past speakers, so they too can benefit of the pension as the Chief Justice and Executive Prime Ministers. Mr. Deputy, there should also be amendment. There should also be amendment when we're talking about pension. There should also be amendment to the salary with respect to the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister
holds the post of Prime Minister and is paid for that post. But he also receives a salary as a member of Parliament. The ministers receives a salary as a minister of the government, but they also receive a salary as a member of Parliament, of which they are. Should it not be similarly done for the legislation, for the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker, where the Speaker or the Deputy Speaker, the part of the legislative branch, the amendment to the Act, allow them, just like the others, to receive a salary for the Speaker. But they are members of Parliament, and therefore should likewise receive the salary for the Member of Parliament. So I asked the government, I failed. I did not do the correction. But I have a little hope in you. Do it. You have my vote. You have my vote. It is done. It is done. It is done in countries like the United Kingdom. It's done in Australia. And even if you refer to Erskine Mayes, it's recommended. So let's deal with that as a matter of urgency. And Mr. Deputy, I know you can't vote, but you agree. The Magistrates Amendment Bill divests the Chief Magistrate of ensuring the performance of administrative matters affecting the magistrate courts under Section 16(4)(c) of the Act. And it empowers all administrators appointed under Section 4 of the Act to assist the Chief Executive Officer appointed by the Council pursuant to the Court Services Act 2003 to perform such administrative functions necessary for the due discharge by the Chief Justice and other magistrates of their functions under the Act, or as the Chief Executive Officer may direct. Mr. Deputy, I support adding more justices to the Supreme Court, but I hope the government would also note that also calls for improvement in infrastructure and staff complement and support staff for such justices. Because increasing the number without making the adjustment to the staff and whatever is necessary for the functionality of such individuals would not be able to function properly, Mr. Deputy. So such adjustments must be made. If not, then we can have an increase in justices receiving salaries but not sufficient work or not any work to do because there are no support staff. I also support the other amendments which seek to improve the administration of the Magistrates' Court and to improve the pension system for judges. I have spoken in here many times about the need for this administration to address the problem of crime in our country. I got 12 minutes, that's all? That's not right. Oh. You would just kind of shift my speech in turbo. But I could go back. I could go back down. Making the courts more efficient and improving the working conditions of judges and magistrates is an effort towards our justice system better. What we still lack, though, from the New Day administration is a comprehensive crime-fighting strategy. The PLP promised in its blueprint to bring in enhanced crime-fighting methodologies in their, quote, aggressive war against crime. And thus far, nothing they tried has worked. It is unclear if they even tried anything new or innovative. The international mark, now listen to me carefully, Freetown. The international mark for homicides countries try to stay at or under is 5 per 100,000 population. For the Bahamas, that would set us aiming 20. 20 or fewer homicides per year. We are far from that. We consistently have more than 100 murders. There were as many as 146 in 2015. There were 128 murders last year, and there were 119 in 2021. And the lowest number we've ever had was in 2020 of 17.9. Yet in 2015, we were off the charts. We were off the charts. We were off the charts. 37. The Commissioner of Police told the media in mid-November that murders were down 16% at that time. He said, don't raise your hand yet, don't raise your hand yet. You know, I always have a punch coming. He said there were then 92 murders. I do not know if that percentage decline still holds, as there have been several killings in recent weeks. While any decline in murders is good, what the 16% decline represent is a fall from extremely high last year to still very high this year. The Bahamas has had a serious problem with violent crime for the past 2 decades plus. And through the leadership of former Minister of National Security, Marvin Dames, and his team during our administration, we had some success with there being back-to-back years of fewer than 100 murders. However, even with that, so much more was needed to significantly drive down the rate of killing in our country. Mr. Deputy, I'd like to say that I have some documents that I will table afterward to support everything I say. Sadly, what we are seeing during this PLP term is quite distressing. Based on the current pace, is it possible that there could be more murders recorded during this 5-year term than any in our history? None of us want this to be the case. We are losing too many Bahamians to violence. And we have still not found a comprehensive intervention strategy to redirect young men from gangs, from crime, and most of all, from violence. I am amazed, Mr. Deputy, at the number of residents in County and New Providence, especially as I traverse my birth area, that is the Baintown area and other inner city, and the amount of people who tell me that they try to rush home before it gets dark, especially now that time has changed. And Mr. Deputy, I have some concern about the function or functionality of the ankle bracelets, the monitoring of the ankle bracelets. And Freetown, listen to me carefully. Some of the members with ankle bracelet have found method to evade the system, wrapping foil or other devices to distort the signals, a common practice by offenders. monitoring operation must have the updated technology to detect tampering and respond quickly by alerting the police. Mr. Deputy, they have also found methods of cutting the ankle bracelet, and offenders will attempt to cut the devices, and this is also a common practice. When the ICS had such a system, the company that introduced the system, they used what we call a tough cuff on the device. And it was unique. They had partnered with it, and because of this tough cuff, it was difficult, if not impossible, to cut. And then, Mr. Deputy, I'm concerned about the electronic monitoring. It requires serious and updated with regularity hardware and software that has to keep pace with offenders' behavior and their trends. And I've been advised just recently, last week, and I don't want to go in detail because Freetown would know, that last week, a member who had ankle bracelet was wandering all over the place, but yet his bracelet showed that he was at home relaxing. And when the police checked, Mr. Deputy, I don't want to go into the case, but when the police checked, the bracelet was rest on the bureau in the young man's home, while he all over doing whatever he chose to do. But that's all I would say for now. So we need to analyze and review the functionality of the ankle bracelet. And then the previous ones that were there under ICS also had inbuilt a cell phone system so that individuals could be informed that, listen, get back to so-and-so, because Freetown and his crew are coming, the police are coming. Mr. Deputy, speaking of law and order, yesterday's Nassau Guardian reported, it was revealed that in September 2022, the Prime Minister emailed Bankman-Fried stating, and I quote, Sam, not Sambo, not Mr. Sam, but Sam. My son, I quote, my son is being engaged as a consultant for the FT entity that is considering your platform. Grateful if you were to take a call to discuss. My son is copied on this email. Thanks, end quote. Even though the Prime Minister is trying to rush to distance himself from Mr. Bankman-Fried, I said Bankman-Fried. It would have been easier for me to remember Sam. Now I'm going to say Bankman-Fried. I've never met him. It is clear that he was on a first-name basis with the cryptocurrency king, who has now been found guilty of serious fraud. He was comfortable enough to ask for a personal favor from Sam. What other favors did he ask Sam for? Why did he feel comfortable asking Sam for a personal favor? And what was the nature of their relationship? What was the nature of the relationship of our Prime Minister? Meanwhile, what is alarming is it seems the Prime Minister has all but given up on trying to find ways of addressing crime, despite all of his big talk when crime is in the headlines. He is merely a sight-seeing Prime Minister, and I hope he's enjoying Dubai according to the media, he went on a trip during the by-election campaign. Now that the campaign is over, he is on the road again. He likes to bill himself. Now this is very important. This is very important because what I'm about to say has serious impact on this nation and serious impact especially in the West. He likes to bill himself as the climate change prime minister, though he has done little by way of advancing adaptation, resilience, and mitigation measures. Mr. Deputy, in the West, especially in my area, many of the ponds are being filled in to be sold or utilized for housing. We have repeatedly reported this to the relevant authorities, and still the ponds continue to be filled in. This is very evident in the Kiskadee area. This is very evident in Skyline, where at one point there used to be flow stream, turtles, fish, ducks, and other birds. Now, we are depriving the turtles of their habitat, the birds, the fish. How would you like for somebody to come and destroy our home? Mr. Deputy, we have complained repeatedly, but still they continue. And you know what happens? Flooding becomes progressively worse. Progressively worse. And who's causing it? It's flooding as a result of man and lack of improvement or lack of enforcement of laws and regulations. And yet it's time. And yet you're talking about the climate change czar. Then if we look on Tony Darling Highway, behind the bank of Bahamas, the hills are being cut down. Again, climate change czar. The Bahamas will sink faster than is projected for the world because we are causing the problems. We are causing the problems. For God's sake, Freetown, I have respect for you. Help me, man. Stop filling in our wetlands. Stop killing our turtles. Stop killing our turtles. Our wetlands must be protected. What the Bahamian people would like to see him as is the education prime minister or the crime-fighting prime minister. I've said before, it is curious to see I'm a lawyer for all the company, how concerned he is about climate change. But with respect to climate change, let's address what we can address. We can address, for God's sake, that's that right? Holy. He wasn't talking much about climate change and carbon emissions when he was making all that money representing oil interests. And meanwhile, the murders, robberies, and other crimes continue with a few real solutions coming from the New Day administration. Mr. Deputy, before closing, I wish to acknowledge National Women's Week. I know you can give me a minute to talk about the women, darlings of the world. From its inception and throughout its years in government, the FNM has championed equality and women's rights, instituting the most socially progressive agenda in a generation following 1992. I would like to extend a message of support, a message of gratitude to those involved in organizing the Week of activities. Golden Gate is doing a job. During this time, let us also acknowledge the many policy and legislative changes still required to advance the equality of Bahamian girls and women. I note on this occasion that both the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House of Assembly are females. On behalf, that deserves a clap. On behalf of the residents, on behalf of Kalani, and on my own behalf, may I thank you for your services to our country and to the House. That is, thanking the Speaker and the President of the Senate. I know that the House will join me in this regard. And I trust that more women will aspire to elected politics. More women in Parliament and in Cabinet will help to further advancement of women's rights and the protection of women and girls. And again, Mr. Deputy, I thank you, and this being the day to recognize women, I thank the Speaker of the House, who is a female. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy.
Thank you, honorable member.
As many
Tricky. Thank you. Madam Speaker, thank you very much for this opportunity to contribute to this debate this evening. Give Almighty God thanks, Madam Speaker, for allowing me to be above ground, as Mama would say, as I continue to say in what I believe is the greatest nation on earth, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And I am equally grateful, Madam Speaker, to the people of the great constituency of St. Barnabas and the residents in the communities of the Coconut Grove, Big Pond, Black Village, Rock Crusher, and Oakville, for giving me this great opportunity to represent them for a second consecutive term. It is something that I continue to be humbled by and continue to marvel and thank Almighty God that I've been given this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I intend to be very, very brief, or brief, I should say. I intend to be very brief, Madam Speaker. These compendium of bills, I do support, Madam Speaker. It is often said in here, in many different ways, but it has been said literally that governments are continuous, which means, as is said also, Madam Speaker, that some reap and some sow. And so the work of the Minister's administration on this court services bill has been well recorded. And so commend the government for bringing for bringing our work to fruition. And that's sometimes how it is, Madam Speaker. This is important for the autonomy of the judiciary that allows for the more efficient and more effective administration of justice in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And I believe it will go a long way in meeting some of the challenges that have been expressed for many years and many decades, not only by legal practitioners in the country, but ordinary Bahamians who they themselves see the need for these changes, or necessary changes, have been needed for a long, long time, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I weave into the merits and validity of these number of bills, just a few things I would like to mention here, Madam Speaker, this afternoon. Madam Speaker, and the member for Kalani talked about this particular issue of crime in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have been incessant and continuous in our agitation that the government has failed to lead as it relates to having a substantive and comprehensive plan on crime in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, it became apparent to the people of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas very early that this government did not have a plan, and nor does it seem that they are serious about coming up with a substantive plan to address this issue of crime in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. This weekend, Madam Speaker, sadly, the country recorded its 96th murder in 2023, and we pray and hope, Madam Speaker, that it stops there. Madam Speaker, last year, unfortunately, the Commonwealth of the Bahamas recorded 128 murders. So in the last 23 months, Madam Speaker, there have been 224 murders, 224 murders in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas in the last 23 months, Madam Speaker. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, that is not something to brag about, but it is something that we must deal with collectively as a people. And all we have been asking is for the government to lead in a way that would ensure a substantive, all-inclusive crime plan, Madam Speaker. 23 months, 224 murders in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And while that should be alarming now, it should have been alarming in March of last year when we recorded the highest murder count in a particular month. And if I'm not mistaken, Madam Speaker, that was 22 in the month of March. Subsequent to that month, the opposition would have presented to the government 40 recommendations, short-term, medium-term, and long-term, suggestions, policies, measures that we feel at a minimum, ought to be a part of the discourse that not only includes the opposition, but should include various stakeholders. But after that, Madam Speaker, there has not been one peep from the government in terms of engaging the opposition or engaging all of the various stakeholders, Madam Speaker, in that regard. And so, Madam Speaker, the government, as is the case with other aspects of this administration, must be held to account with their failure on the crime front, Madam Speaker. Their failure not to lead on this particular issue. Madam Speaker, also, Madam Speaker, where the government has clearly been failing, Madam Speaker, is on infrastructure in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. As we speak, unless something has changed in the last hour. The people in Salina Point, Acklands, have been without power for the last 4 days. I say again, if something has not changed in the last hour, the people of Salina Point have been without power for the last 4 days, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I said a number of times on my feet here that ever since this government came to office, BPL has not been the same. And what that has meant for the Bahamian people, in this case, is power outages for long hours, power outages for days. It's inconceivable in 2023 that there are our people, Bahamian people, in Salina Point, Acklands, without power for 4 days. And the government must be held accountable for that, just like they should be held accountable for the fact that the increase in light bills can be put squarely at their feet, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, unfortunately, it's not only the people of Acklands. The people of Eleuthera have been talking about the lack of water, about the lack of electricity. The people in Harbor Island, they are pleading for answers as businesses, tourist-oriented businesses, tourist-focused businesses are being impacted, where tourists have to be compensated because they have not been able to take showers and flush their toilets. As we speak, no water, issues with light, the island of Eleuthera. The people of Eleuthera continue to believe that this government does not care about the island of Eleuthera. That's what they continue to believe, Madam Speaker. That's what they believe because the government has not shown, in their view, any serious attempt to alleviate these concerns about lack of water supply and lack of power supply. This is 2023. The people of Acklands, Salina Point, have not had power for 4 days and counting. 4 days, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, additionally, on the Eleuthera and Harbor Island, the clinic, the generator is not working, the AC is not working, the morgue is down, Speaker, generator not working, AC not working, the morgue is down. Water and sewage, water's off every day, and sometimes off for days, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are also some issues with the Harbor Island All-Age School, and I would hope that the member for Angliston and the Minister of Education would have been made aware, and probably is aware, that people are concerned about the condition of the school, issues with rodents, and just other major issues there at the all-age school, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I also stood on my feet on a number of occasions to lament what has been continuously expressed by the Bahamian people about this issue of cashless systems at road traffic, at Carmichael and Fort Charlotte. I remember the first time I stood on my feet and I talked about the fact that a government office, in my view, it is wrong and should not be refusing legal tender in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. To credit, member for Cat Island, Rum Key, and San Salvador, the Prime Minister, said that he doesn't agree with that. Since that time, I've stood on my feet a number of times to express it, not through the political vein, but the many thousands of Bahamians that obviously would like to use these government services. And that has not changed. The sports center, yes, but that's one. They take cash at the sports center, but that's even a practical problem. If everybody, or you have the large amounts of person go into the sports center, that becomes the issues and why the lines are long. Just imagine if you took cash at Fort Charlotte and Michael, then it would actually help with efficiency. But I believe it's fundamentally wrong that we are not accept legal tender at a government office in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. You know, private business, obviously, a perspective would be adjusted because it's a private business. When it comes to government services, many poor people don't have the ability to have a debit card or to have an account. Madam Speaker, I hear the member talking about the sports center. Yes, you can say go to the sports center. I'm not saying that there isn't a place where you can't pay cash. I believe that it should not be limited to the sports center. Isn't this about making things easier for the Bahamian people? Make it more efficient for the Bahamian people? The government taxing them like crazy, so make things easier for the Bahamian people. And speaking about road traffic, I went there early this week to license my vehicle. And it's still mind-boggling to me, Madam Speaker. The inspectors who are out there, one plastic desk. And I told them that I would do this today because it's important. They have no shelter, Madam Speaker. They're out there. If it rains, they got to run for the hills to find shelter while they're trying to provide a much-needed service to the public. But there ain't even a shack. There's not even a shack. Madam Speaker, you know, you can't be government 2 years in. 2 years in. Madam Speaker, 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 help me out, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I can't hear myself speak, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, I thought, Madam Speaker, governments get elected. Governments get elected to fix problems, not to point out problems. And look, 2 years back, they are the government. They are the government. And what you're saying to me is that you have public service workers who provide a service to the Bahamian people sitting outside in the elements, and they don't have a shack. They don't have a place to put all of their tools for work and all of the various things that they need and paperwork that they need on a daily basis. But yet the government's response is, yes, we need to get to that. The government's response is, well, it was always like that. Why y'all ain't fix it? Y'all in the government. And if y'all want us to fix it, then, you know, when we get elected again, then we'll fix it again. You know? So, Madam Speaker, there's a saying that excuses are tools of incompetence, that build monuments of nothingness. And those that use them seldom achieve anything. Excuses, excuses, excuses. So 2 years in, instead of this guy standing up and saying, you know what, to the people out there, the public service workers out there, we're going to put you under adequate shelter because you sitting out in the elements to serve the public is not a good thing. This government continues to point fingers instead of taking responsibility. Madam Speaker. Now you see, from what I hear, I like that. They say you'll see. That's even a better response versus pointing the finger. All right? So, Madam Speaker, not wanting to take responsibilities, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, there's another issue again, Madam Speaker, that I've spoken about, that I believe and I hope that we all can agree on, and hopefully the government doesn't say that we didn't do anything about it. But I think it's something that's very important. That is the beach access in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas and the growing and vexing issue for Bahamians. The growing and vexing issue. This is very relevant. This is important to the Bahamian people. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The growing issue of beach access in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, it continues still to be a vexing problem. There are a number, Madam Speaker, issues on particular easements that require unforeseen unfortunately, I guess you would say fortunately, requires the court's intervention, Madam Speaker. And so I believe that it's very, very important because gone are the days, unfortunately, where you were able to take your family to one of those public access points and get to the beach to enjoy time, a good time with your family, Madam Speaker. Right? So, Madam Speaker, again, the government continues not wanting to take responsibility, Madam Speaker, as they continue to point fingers. Turn on the light in Acklands. Fix the light in Acklands. Fix the light in the Lutheran. Turn on the water in the Lutheran. Fix it. Fix it. Fix it. Fix it. 224 murders in 23 months. Fix it. You are the government. It's 2 years. No more excuses. No more excuses. Fix it. Fix it. Fix it. We've been talking about these roads, the things that matter to the Bahamian people. You need to fix it. The things that matter to the Bahamian people. All the promises all made to the people in West Grand, Bahamas, and Bimini, they're waiting on them. They're waiting on them. And Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, the government, yeah, but then you stop me, man. You stop me, right? Madam Speaker, speaking about that, right? I know, I guess the government, Madam Speaker, I guess they think that we're not going to talk about this by-election in any kind of way. Yeah. Well, here's the thing, Madam Speaker, yeah. Madam Speaker, at the end of the day, the democracy of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is strong. The democracy of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas is strong. Now, the government, you can see, based on their posture and their agitation, the things they've said, has just seen this as a political exercise and not a governing exercise. Because based on the count to date, they've promised the people in West Grand, Bahama, and Bimini some total of $40 million in promises and different things that they say they would do. 400 million, Madam Speaker. Millions in home repairs, they waiting on that. New school, they waiting on that. New airport. And if the member for West Grand Bahama, the member-elect, was here today, he would be able to accentuate what I'm saying. But he's not here today. So on behalf of the people of West Grand Bahama and Bimini, they're waiting for the millions of dollars in home repairs, the new school, right? New school, new airport. Y'all promised a Defense Force base in West End, new police station in West End, right? New resort in Boodle Bay. What else? Base in Bimini, new dock in West End, affordable housing project in West End, new roads on Bimini and all roads in Bimini, right? Madam Speaker, no matter how the government tries, Madam Speaker, no matter how the government tries, and they can feel a certain way about the by-election and its results. And guess what, Madam Speaker? To the victor goes the spoils. You have the right, if you will, to embrace the by-election in a certain way, or you can embrace it in the way that a real government should. And all of those promises, that they've made to the Bahamian people. But Madam Speaker, just like the people in Salina Point, Acklands, right now, without electricity for 4 days, not 1 day, not 2 days, not 3 days, 4 days and counting. 4 days in the counting. The people of West Grand Bahama and Bimini waiting to see if the promises that they've been made to them will be filled, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I got 15 minutes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I am very grateful. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I am very grateful for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the Bahamian people and the people of St. Barnabas. But as much as this government, they can try to avoid it, Madam Speaker, the Bahamian people are dissatisfied. This government has failed them in many regards, right? When have you seen a headline that says a tax break for Bahamians? Not under this government. All you've seen is taxes, taxes, taxes of this government. Madam Speaker, so now they talk about minimum wage. Madam Speaker, for 25 years, Madam Speaker, for 25 years, the PLP did not establish minimum wage. So this thing that we increased minimum wage, where were you all for 25 years? Nowhere to be found. And y'all say y'all love the Bahamian wake up? Where were you all for 25 years? Thank you very much. So now we can move on. Yes, but before you move on, you know, 25 years, where were you all for 25 years? Where were you? No, where were you for 25 years? Huh? I'm talking about the government, the PLP, the party. Okay. So you thank us. So you thank us for establishing? You thank us for establishing? So Madam Speaker, even as we look at recognizing Women's Week, we pay tribute, Madam Speaker. We pay tribute to persons like yourself, Madam Speaker, truly persons like yourself and the other women in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, not only in politics, but across the Bahamian society who have sacrificed, who have been diligent, who have empowered themselves and made a significant contribution to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, and all of the women in the Commonwealth of the Bahamas that adds to the cultural strength and the cultural identity of the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam Speaker, I've been very fortunate to grow up with 8 aunts, and so I indeed, from my personal vantage point, Madam Speaker, can appreciate a woman's work and a woman's worth, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I tip my hat and salute to all of the great women from the constituency in St. Barnabas. We are very proud of Her Excellency Cynthia Pratt, the recently appointed Governor General, who of course is a well-known constituent of mine from St. Barnabas. And so we salute her as well, and we continue to extend our prayers for her on her return to the Commonwealth of the Bahamas, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as I take my seat, Madam Speaker, I will go to where I started, and that is the Bahamian people are suffering under this government. And no matter how they try to convince themselves, the taxes and the roads and the electricity and the no water, fundamental things that the Bahamian people require. It's relevant to the Bahamian people who ask me to make sure I come here and say this today. People are hurting in this country, Madam Speaker. They are hurting. Taxes gone to bed. Electricity levels have gone up by 163%. 163%. And I know, and I challenge any member in here to say that they have no issues with what's going on with electricity in this country. I challenge any member to stand up right now and say your constituent can be all right. I challenge any member to say that it's all right what's going on with the people down in Auckland, no water for 4 days. I challenge any member to talk to the people of Eleuthera and say what they're experiencing is a good thing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and St. Barnabas supports these compendium of bills. Thank you.
As many.
Hey, Coach. That's my coach. That's my coach.
Fix your mic, fix your mic. Fix your mic, man.
Madam Speaker, it is an honor to have this opportunity to be back in the House. And in case anyone missed it, one of our members on the opposite side, starting out with the usual pejorative that the governing side likes to use, says, "Here comes the poet." And I just remind his children study me in school on the BGCSE and BJC curriculum. And I'm most appreciative to him and others who continue to buy the books for their children. So let me, because you mean it as a pejorative, let me say that we on this side, Madam Speaker, I heard something from the gallery. You should caution those in the gallery to mind their behavior. So again, Madam Speaker, we support this compendium of legislation, the Court of Appeal Amendment, the Supreme Court Amendment, the Court Services Bill, the Coroner's Amendment Bill, the Magistrates Bill, and of course, remuneration and pensions bill. Madam Speaker, I believe that the bills have been addressed with tremendous detail. Colleagues, recount the fact that we have worked diligently on the Court Services Bill. We're happy that the government has advanced it further. We believe that these bills are a part of a broad effort by both administrations to move our system forward, both on the civil as well as criminal side. Madam Speaker, in many ways, it's safe to say that we are on the right road relative to our attempt to improve our country's reputation in terms of the civil court as well as on the criminal side. But we're not moving at the pace required, Madam Speaker, to address many of the fundamental issues that Bahamians have. I've had a historical challenge with the sense of urgency that we often demonstrate while in government, Madam Speaker. I've said it when we were in the chair. I've repeated it far more times since this administration has come to office, Madam Speaker. As I looked at the compendium of bills, Madam Speaker, what is clear is that there have been cries for a very long time for us to improve our system, and secondly, to ensure that there's separation of powers. We have taken issue with this administration, Madam Speaker, on both scores. And while I won't litigate that in tremendous detail, I would like to highlight just some examples of the concern that we have. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons I support an increase in justices is because, Madam Speaker, the backlog continues to be too large. The time that persons are seeking to get court dates, Madam Speaker, it's taking too long. And today, persons who need immediate responses or reasonable responses in a reasonable period of time have to wait till 2024. I'm understanding as far as 2025 before they can get a court date. We have to govern as if these are urgent matters that people are facing. And so when I hear some members on the other side patting themselves on the back or ridiculing members who are speaking because we're challenging them to do what they challenged us to do when we were in government, I conclude, Madam Speaker, that they must not be feeling the pain other people are experiencing in this country. There are persons who are waiting on judgments and have been waiting for years, some people 10 years, more, in terms of getting a judgment. So, Madam Speaker, there is a need for us to find various ways in making sure that justice is not delayed and, as a result, is denied. And so, Madam Speaker, any effort that this administration comes with that's reasonable, that can be helpful, our side, who've been measured in many ways with legislation to this House, we will support it. What we will do, though, is to remove the pressure
when we say to them that we do not believe that they are moving with a sense of urgency. They don't spend enough time, Madam Speaker, in the Parliament, doing people's business, Madam Speaker. And even when they talk about creating a separation between, a sharper separation between the different organs of state, we could go to pieces of legislation and show where they have attempted to reduce that division and to make sure that the executive continues to wield control over other organs. Madam Speaker, let me give a couple of examples. We see it as in terms of the Public Accounts Committee. This government has attempted to keep public servants from appearing before the Public Accounts Committee to answer questions they are duty-bound to answer. And we say either the Attorney General was acting ultra-virus of the position that he had, or he was on instruction from the Prime Minister to prevent a permanent secretary who we requested to come before the Public Accounts Committee. We have seen in the amendment to the Public Financial Management Act, Madam Speaker, again, an attempt to weaken what the Public Accounts Committee can do. The oversight of the Public Accounts Committee ought to be where it is right now, with the legislature. And the executive, the more we reduce the control of the legislature over the Public Accounts Committee, the better it is for this country. And so, Madam Speaker, we hear them when they talk about the desire to provide greater autonomy to the Parliament. But we're not convinced that they are serious about this. So, and every measure that they bring, we will demonstrate our commitment to the independence of the judiciary, of the legislature, by supporting it. And we will challenge them at every turn where they seek to weaken legislation, gut legislation, so that the executive could claw back to itself more and more authority over the affairs of this country. We are different than they are, Madam Speaker. We believe in smaller government. This is an administration, Madam Speaker, that seeks to bloat the government. They're using now the government as an employment agency because they failed to grow the economy at the rate that they projected. And now that the roaring return in terms of growth of the economy, now that that is slowing down because of the pent-up demand not moving as quickly as they anticipated, they are unable to satisfy the demands of many members of the public for economic opportunities, for employment opportunities, and the state-owned enterprises that they promise to transform, they are now using as employment agencies. Very, very different than this group, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I wish to just focus for a moment on a report that several members on the other side have sought to dismiss. The IMF Article 4 report, this pre-publication, Madam Speaker, the government wishes to gloss over this, and they said, you know, let's wait until the final report comes before you cast any judgment. And so, but Madam Speaker, we intend to serve a warning to this administration. They have an opportunity to behave in a reasonable way, to stop the reckless spending that they are engaged in now, to make adjustments in the fiscal course that they are on. If they fail to do so, constrain spending, to sort out the priorities of governance, what will happen if they fail to act and act expeditiously, Madam Speaker? We're going to face more taxes from the administration that claimed it would not tax the public and ended up doing so. We are going to face greater cash crunch, Madam Speaker, and we're facing it. And I will litigate that issue further, Madam Speaker. But just before I continue, Madam Speaker, I want to pause because while we are in here doing the people's business, many Bahamians are grieving, Madam Speaker. And I wish to join colleagues on all sides in sending out condolences to so many Bahamian families who are hurting today as a result of the loss of loved ones. Madam Speaker, I wish to call by name just a few of them. Madam Speaker, we lost just recently Beryl Simmons, from Marco City, and Pastor Woodside, who is the founder of Tabernacle Baptist Academy, one of the most incredible schools that started out as a sporting power, then emerged as an arts as well as academic power, lost his wife just recently, Althea Woodside. The Honorable Kwesi Thompson and myself joined the family in attending that funeral and paying tribute to her. Nigel Mills Jr., very young, promising Bahamian, just passed recently. Kenesha Roberts, Kevin Duncombe, Dotley Major, Monica Knowles, all persons who are part of the Marco City family. And of course, most tragically, many of us know Brenda Johnson, who lost Bernie just recently, over the last day and a half, and our heart goes out to her and to all of the families, and we want to let you know that we are praying for you and covering you in prayer. Madam Speaker, we don't believe in the I got you moments in politics or I told you so. But what is true that we have warned this administration multiple times, but in their arrogance, that poison that has toppled previous administration is in the process of toppling this one as well. In their arrogance, they have ignored the warnings. We said to them, on the heels of advice they received from a board they met in place at BPL, that a functioning hedge program in place. If you followed it, you get to save money. We saved 25 million, we're projected to save 55 million. They ignored the advice, and when prices increased for fuel, again, fuel costs went up 163% under this administration, and the cost of electricity itself skyrocketed. Members of the government lied about the fact that they did not receive advice. As a result, Bahamians are suffering. The Honorable member from St. Barnabas talked about Eleuthera. We continue to get calls from members of that community. Harbor Island, North Eleuthera, South Eleuthera. Even with a sitting chairman who we knew worked pretty hard to try and solve some issues there, obviously he couldn't get the support of his minister and couldn't get the support of his administration. And as a result, people are hurting in that island, and you could hear, the public could hear members opposite screaming at the member for St. Barnabas who's doing his job. In fact, their job. They have 2 members of parliament for Eleuthera. But they wouldn't stand up for their people and are upset that we are standing up for those persons, could you imagine, who do not have water to bathe many times. An economy that is contributing to this country on a consistent basis, contributing to the consolidated fund, but cannot get the services required. And yet members would heckle and make noise, as opposed to being quiet and quietly cheering for those soldiers who are raising the plight of these Bahamians. Madam Speaker, many of our people are hurting. They are hurting. And our duty is to raise their issues in this place and then to act in order to make a difference, Madam Speaker. In all our constituencies, we have people who are hurting. And so we have to be careful on what issues we decide to interrupt the cries of the people echoed by their representatives in this place, Madam Speaker. And so, Madam Speaker, I wish to refer to the IMF publication, the statement that highlighted some of the key findings from their recent mission. The Honorable member for East Grand Bahama, former Minister of Finance, we all had an opportunity to sit with them, as we've sat with them on previous occasions, to discuss issues related to the country. Madam Speaker, what we find so offensive is that each time we raise critical issues that have the potential to affect the reputation of this country, the side opposite attempts to play this patriotic card as if Bahamians are slow. We have been very careful each time we talk to international media or international agencies to put the interests of the Bahamian people and our country's reputation first. We understand, members of the government, that we have common detractors and enemies of our progress. We are no fans. We are no fans of a number of the multinational agencies who unfortunately don't follow the very rules that they set for us, whether it's members of the OECD or whether it's the European community. We understand that they often set rules that they themselves do not follow. We've been measured. But what we will not do is be dishonest about things we can get right as a country. And so, Madam Speaker, we have warned this administration to be measured in their statements, not to under-deliver, as they have been doing to the Bahamian people. This administration has sold the Bahamian people a bill of goods that they are responsible for the opening of the economy and the roaring back of the economy rather than pent-up demand simply being at work. They have sought to convince the public that there are no financial problems. We are ahead of revenue projections. We are doing well. We are clicking on all cylinders. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, it doesn't explain why subcontractors who were working on the handful of homes that this government was repairing in Grand Bahama could not be paid from May. But they were paid, some of them were paid just in time for the by-election before the vote in order to get them on some roof because they were chasing the efforts we were making. Got paid just in time to be mobilized, to go to houses and say, we got you, I was mobilized. Madam Speaker, the cash crunch was on, Madam Speaker, because unfortunately, this government was not telling the public the truth, that there is a financial challenge we are facing because of their mixed up priorities and how they are managing the fiscal affairs of this country. And the IMF is but one of those agencies that treat them as a paragon of virtue or that they are all knowing and all seeing. But on occasion, these organizations have things that are useful to say that can help us better govern. Madam Speaker, of course, this publication of the IMF, Madam Speaker, is a preliminary report, but it provides some useful nuggets that if the Minister of Finance is attentive and present long enough, he can glean some things from and make adjustments. We have time, Madam Speaker, to do some things with the midterm budget debate coming up shortly. And so, Madam Speaker, let me read into the record, Madam Speaker, some of the concerns that we have. Madam Speaker, the actual Article 4 report will amplify and expand on the observations made in the brief statement that we've referenced here today. That report, Madam Speaker, no doubt makes for some interesting reading. But even in this brief statement, Madam Speaker, there are enough what we call troubling observations that should give this administration pause, that should give any serious-minded government pause. These observations are troubling, Madam Speaker, but they are not surprising. The opposition and others in the past, Madam Speaker, we were paying attention to raise questions of this administration. In fact, we warned and admonished this administration many times, over and over again. We knew that this day was coming. This is what I had to say, Madam Speaker, back during the most recent budget debate. In essence, I made the point that today, we have a budget that is seeking to add hundreds of millions more onto our national debt. They have put in no plan to rein in public spending, instead continuing on that path of greater and greater tax burdens to fuel lavish spending, Madam Speaker, and some would say secret, confidential contracts and settlements. Madam Speaker, I went on to comment about the increased revenues that have been outstripped by uncontrolled spending, however, which has resulted in increased deficits and increase in the national debt. This government is failing to lead our nation in a national conversation about careful priorities. This is back in the budget debate, Madam Speaker. As a result of net borrowing activities, Central government net debt increased over the first 9 months of the current fiscal year by $290.8 million to a total of $11.1 billion, Madam Speaker. You remember the early days of bombing on the desk, standing ovation about how we increased the debt? People were enthusiastic. That energy has since left this administration, Madam Speaker. Sometimes they have to be reminded by someone. I heard the member, my good friend, had to remind people, shouldn't we be bombing on this? So they have to collaborate on when to bomb. Madam Speaker, so while the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, and this is what is amazing, you think he's shocked? Be shocked. When you hear the Prime Minister and Minister of Finance saying that he's shocked to hear that the IMF is indicating that his government will burst their budget deficit targets by almost 300%, equal to an unplanned $150 million hole in the budget. Madam Speaker, we on this side do not share his surprise. We could see it coming, Madam Speaker. We've been home long enough, focused enough on this economy to detect when there is a problem. And we don't need somebody to email us, text us, and tell us while we are elsewhere, otherwise engaged. Madam Speaker, we only have to pay attention to the scores of vendors and public servants who can't get their money on time. Big contractors are getting payments in small pieces. Small contractors many times are overlooked unless they cry long enough or loud enough for ZNS to tell them, tell them so that the government can the message. We only have to listen to the farm administrators and public officers assigned on our farm islands, vendors cutting off credit for the story. Speaker, we of the doctors in NHI who can't partial payments or public service whose deductions can't make it to the insurance company or the mortgage lender, Madam Speaker. We only have to pay attention to what is happening around us to know that the budget is not performing to expectation and that the fiscal hole is bigger than they have been claiming. So while our Prime Minister, who is, I understand, I'm advised, traveling once again, may be shocked, the rest of us residing in the Bahamas on a regular basis, we are not shocked. And the truth, Madam Speaker, is that the Prime Minister cannot be surprised. I mean, we can't accept that explanation, Madam Speaker, because the IMF is not the only international entity that is projecting that the Davis administration will burst its, you don't even say burst wide open, burst their own budget deficit projections, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I brought with me the S&P Global Ratings, the report. And on page 2 of their rating report on the Bahamas, dated September 16, 2023, the rating agency Standard & Poor's stated that they projected that the deficit for the fiscal year is to come in somewhere around 3.2% of GDP, a number that is even higher than the 2.6% GDP deficit projected by the IMF. That equals a sum north of $450 million, much higher than the $380 million deficit projected by the IMF. This was back in September that an international agency stated that it is, in their view, that this government would burst its budget projections wide open. And so I don't understand, Madam Speaker, how the Prime Minister could be shocked. Just like how we didn't understand how we could be shocked at the state of the hospital or the state of people's homes in West Grand Bahama and Bimini. So now we have two major international bodies that are stating that the reckless, unchecked spending of the Davis-Cooper administration will cause them. If we take the smaller projection, it will in fact, Madam Speaker, it will triple the planned budget deficit and cause $250 million or more in unplanned, unauthorized borrowing. So what does the Davis administration, the Davis-Cooper administration do with this admonishment and caution from major and significant international players? It sticks its head in the proverbial sand, Madam Speaker. And I think one of our colleagues alluded to it earlier. They go into spin mode, you know. It's just a difference of opinion. Our lawyers say one thing, their lawyers say one thing. You remember that, Madam Speaker, when it came to the illegal borrowing of the SDRs from central bank. And so, Madam Speaker, we have a concern about the Prime Minister's response, a concern about Michael Hal Peters' response. What's more troubling, Madam Speaker, is that this government refuses, absolutely refuses, to follow the law. Opposition and their employers, the people of the Bahamas, we know what the law says. The law says this government is legally required to provide quarterly and monthly budget reports in a timely fashion to allow all of us and analysts, locally and internationally, to assess the state of play of our finances. Madam Speaker, this government is habitually late, Madam Speaker. We wouldn't say it's intentional, but to bookend this, it's either it's intentional, which we believe it can't be, or they are failing to demonstrate that they're competent. Either way, it's a terrible scenario for the country, Madam Speaker. If you don't have the data, you can't do the proper analysis, and you have challenges in knowing where the country is going financially. Madam Speaker, 5 critical and legally required public reports should have already been laid, Madam Speaker, but this administration is failing to do so. Madam Speaker, we also once again demand that the government follow the law and properly constitute the Fiscal Responsibility Council and get them to release the now 6 outstanding reports going back to early 2022. Our Shadow for Finance has, Madam Speaker, spoken about this ad nauseum. It makes no difference to a deaf administration. Right now, the Bahamian public does not have a clue if the council is functioning, nor do they know why they have not produced one single report since the PRP took office. The Fiscal Responsibility Council, Madam Speaker, has a critical role as a nonpartisan, independent voice regarding the fiscal plans and performance of our government. We are only left to draw the most negative inferences as we speculate why, despite numerous promises, we have not yet gotten any substantive update back to this council. Madam Speaker, this is relevant to bread and butter issues for our people. And Madam Speaker, I'll get to that in just a moment to talk about the consequences of this, because the government would like the public to believe that this is not really relevant, that it really doesn't matter whether or not these reports are produced, or whether or not the IMF is accurate or not accurate, that it's really not that important, because in the past, they were off by a certain percentage point. Well, Madam Speaker, it does matter. It does, Madam Speaker, because your credit worthiness in the minds of lenders depend upon to what extent they could rely on the word of the Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister and any of his ministers. If one, you can't get the data, that shakes the confidence of lenders. It shakes the confidence of investors. If, Madam Speaker, you are off dramatically in terms of what you project your deficit is, that too shakes the confidence of your lenders, and it shakes the confidence of your investors, Madam Speaker. The government has a chance, Madam Speaker, to correct its course of behavior, but it has a limited time to do so. And so, Madam Speaker, if I can just have just a couple of minutes, just to, Madam Speaker, I just wish to mention just a few things that the government ought to consider. One, it's important for the government to begin to follow what it had outlined in the fiscal strategy report. One, it will reform state-owned enterprises that continue to suck resources out of the consolidated fund, Madam Speaker, without producing the returns required. There has to be a real conversation and a course of action in how they are going to deal with bloated state-owned enterprises. Madam Speaker, there's a need for us, while we can tout the success in tourism, we have to be honest with the public that tourism increase in revenue has not proven to be sufficient, Madam Speaker, to offset, Madam Speaker, the risk that come with having a one-pony show. When tourism experiences external shocks, Madam Speaker, the country is put in a financial tailspin. This government has to engage in structural adjustments in our economy so that we can have other pillars on which this economy rests. That is the serious work of a dedicated prime minister and a cabinet that understands that this economy is not on autopilot. It requires careful work with all stakeholders to make sure we have multiple sectors operating at a high level so that when tourism numbers fall off, we have other means of generating revenue to sustain our country, Madam Speaker. And so this government, unfortunately, is squandering a marvelous opportunity they have had, an opportunity afforded to them by an economy that came roaring back, Madam Speaker. The revenue from that roaring back economy was not used, Madam Speaker, to transform this economy structurally. And so, Madam Speaker, it is our hope that come February, this government would have moved swiftly enough, Madam Speaker, to make adjustments in how they are spending. One, they must curtail spending, Madam Speaker. Secondly, Madam Speaker, they must strengthen the social safety net, Madam Speaker, by taking the VAT of breadbasket items, taking VAT of medicine, ensuring that they are not strangling insurance companies with the invasive policies that they are engaged in at the moment, Madam Speaker. And finally, Madam Speaker, this administration has to talk straight to the Bahamian people. Our population, Madam Speaker, is mature enough if we were to have a conversation with them about the challenges we face and about the adjustments we must make as a country, we believe that this public is willing to listen and work. Unfortunately, this administration is too busy overselling and under-delivering, too busy spending money that they do not have and seeking to earn it back by taxing the very people who are forced to pay it. Madam Speaker, we have an opportunity. It is my hope that Prime Minister, wherever he is, in whichever five-star restaurant, that the Deputy Prime Minister, wherever he is, that they would pause and consider the gravity of the challenges that face this country and work with various stakeholders to make sure that we curtail spending to avoid further taxation. We hear the voice of our people and we respond to them. And that those who are hurting, that we provide a safety net to capture them, to protect them until such time as the economy can grow and they can do it for themselves. With those few words, Madam Speaker, we support the compendium of bills.
Thank you, Honourable Member Asmini. The Chair recognizes the Honourable Member for Freetown.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise again in this honorable place because the people of Freetown repose their confidence in myself and the Progressive Liberal Party as the good people of West Grand Bahama and Bimini reaffirm their confidence in this party. I didn't intend, Madam Speaker, to mention the by-election at all. But some of what has fallen from the honorable members opposite just really requires it. The outside opposite speaks about arrogance. I've in this place talked about the arrogance of purporting to speak for a whole people. That is an arrogance that leads you wrong. The people will speak. The people will speak for themselves in general elections, and the people of West Grand Bahama and Bimini just recently spoke in a by-election. Do not purport to speak for the people. They will speak for themselves loudly. You know, Madam Speaker, to be quite clear about what we do when we speak about they had 4.5 years and they didn't do it. It's not to say it's not to be done. It isn't to excuse anything. It is simply to make the point. And I had the ability to make it to people when I went to West Grand Bahama. If you say something is so egregious in Barnabas, of somebody sitting in the elements. How in the world could you, as a human being, as a man, witness it for 4.5 years and do nothing about it? Well, we're fixing that. Road traffic is being moved. When you talk about fiscal responsibility, do not believe the Bahamian people are foolish enough not to realize that you cannot do everything all at once, and that they cannot read these reports and understand what these foreign people are purporting to say. Do not believe that when the results from 2022, 2023 are published about the size of the deficit, that they will not be directed to exactly what the IMF said the year previous about us not meeting our targets, which will have been met. And do not believe that they will not, like there's an economist, a woman from the Caribbean, who always preached doom and gloom about our economy and always been shown to be wrong, that they won't understand that. What they will not understand, are Bahamians who choose to believe the worst, not about this government, you know, because the success of the Bahamas is not about this government, and the member for Cat Island, San Salvador and Rumkey always said the success of this government, of the success of this country is about the people. Businesses run the economy. Business people, striving young Bahamians, drive the economy. So when you side with bad projections that are shown to be habitually wrong, when you underestimate the Bahamian people, is when they reject you. And when they reject you in a by-election, when they rejected you in the general election, that is what happens. And so we have the preliminary views of the IMF personnel who visited here. We will even have their directors' views. And then we will have the performance of the Bahamian people. And I always bet on the Bahamian people. And I will always stick with the Bahamian people until it is shown to be otherwise. Very soon, the Bahamian people will see the performance for the fiscal year 2022 to 2023. And we will see how we perform compared to how these foreign people said we would have performed. You know, you might side, say. You might as well side with DeSantis if you're going to do that type of talking. And so at the end of the day, the Bahamian people speak, and speak loudly. Let's be clear, because this keeps coming up, and I don't understand how everyone except you, Senance, who sat in a government, who in the year 2019, 2020, spent $500,000 more in traveling than was budgeted for us last year. And the year 2019 to 2020, we had Dorian at the end of 2019, September, and then they couldn't travel anywhere from March 2020 to July 2020. How you managed to spend $500,000 more? How? What you been doing? That's the act. You can get it from finance. You can get it from finance. At the end of the day, the people need to know that. What the people can know is because the people can go online and hear our Prime Minister not call you corrupt, not call me corrupt, not call Bahamian people corrupt, but tell these people, get your foot off our necks. That's why he is traveling. And that's what he is doing. You see, do not pretend that this is a time when Bahamians do the main to Nassau. Do not pretend that. Bahamian people have traveled the world far and wide. We know that we're as good as anyone out there. We know that we go to them to get in their face to get what we want. The internet permits you to see it. The difference between us and the previous administration is the Prime Minister in the former administration had to be there for anything to happen. For anything to happen. Such is the depth of the bench, and I said it before, such is the embarrassments of riches of talents in this government, that the Prime Minister can go to do business and be confident that Angliston, a woman, will hold the reins and drive the ship. So that's the difference. I could understand Kalani being scared of traveling. I wouldn't leave you all either. I wouldn't leave you all either. Not after what they do to him when he was in opposition. I could see why he didn't want to leave you all, because you can't trust you all. Cat Island, Rumpke, and San Salvador is sufficient that he goes, and he does. I am an Exuma supporter. I'm an Angliston supporter. I'm a Cat Island supporter. I'm a Carmichael supporter. We are, as they say, family. So get that straight. So here it is. We just say all these stuff that you're people that suffer for 4.5 years, when we're moving to fix them in 2 years, suddenly it's not a matter of urgency. We don't have an urgency for parliamentary agenda when all of our members seek to restrict themselves to 5, 10, 15 minutes speaking about the topic, but we're forced, and the hardest part of this new job, you know, is I gotta stay here, straight through, and listen to half an hour of everything other than what we're debating about. But you think you're doing the work of the people when the legislative work of the people are these bills. And we sit down and we listen to 2.5 hours today with perhaps 10 to 15 minutes about the bills, and I can get to the bills too, right? So at the end of the day, you have all of that. And we come down to lack of urgency. But I could get to you this ingenuous statements, St. Barnabas. You know, it should have dawned on you that just you, that the people spoke recently, and the people heard all this stuff you repeated today. None of it is new. We've been hearing it for 2 years now. West End and Grand Bahamas has been hearing it for 2 years now. It didn't impress them. And at some point, quietly, I'll explain to you well, no, not quietly, let me tell you now. What I heard on the English called the hustings is they say y'all seem to be too mad, too angry. They say the same thing, that y'all seem always to be rowing and angry and bitter. So at the end of the day, the people hear that. And so the people in Auckland know how old their generator is. The people in Auckland know that their generator wasn't, installed in 2021. The people in Auckland will see the HMBS Lawrence Major pull into Auckland with their new gen sets, Michael. So to believe. Now, the difficulty that you have, right, is there is no election in Auckland today. There is no election in Auckland today. There is no general election before the results of fiscal year 2022-2023 comes out. There is no general election before all the doom and gloom you sell will be displaced. People know. People know. People, as he should, as he should, as he should, and he's been talking about it. He's been talking about it because he met them there. So at the end of the day, West End and Grand Bahama heard that too, and roll you all out. So you gotta understand, you got to understand, Madam Speaker, Bahamian people are a very intelligent bunch of persons. St. Barnabas, you know, I'll tell you something. I got a WhatsApp, colleagues, I got a WhatsApp. When someone was going through this IMF report and talked about state-owned enterprise and the need to do this to them, and somebody WhatsApp me and say, you mean they saying that you all should cause these people to put the price up more? Bahamian people will read this because all they need to do is Google IMF Bahamas preliminary report, and I encourage every Bahamian to Google it and to read it, and to read all of it. The time has gone that you need to just listen or read the newspapers. You know, reading from a newspaper article, like you did, St. Barnabas, and call a letter from these agencies. It was a newspaper report. That's not a letter from the Staff Association of either institutions. But we understand why you like the Nassau Guardian and the Tribune. We understand, and we are happy for you. But the bottom line to it is the Bahamian people are a miraculously intelligent bunch of people. Witness that most of us, a lot of us, were educated to university level by parents who never completed high school, but was able to help us. Witness that and then stop taking the Bahamian people for granted. That having been said, I'm sorry, Kalani, he did advocate for you, Madam Speaker, on this Women's Week. And I did look at the bill, and it seems kind of egregious that it does set that you only get that amount in the schedule, which wouldn't be too bad if it was exactly the same as the head of the other branch of government. But I'm a cabinet member, and I don't want them to say something untoward. But I now see what Kalani is saying, and he does have some point to that. Coming to these bills, Madam Speaker, urgency. Marco City always talks about urgency. I was called to the bar in 1990, and from about 1990, there was advocating for exactly what we're doing today. There was a court services bill actually tabled by the other side. And I have it here on my tablet, and to just examine the urgency that they exercised with this very important subject that they admit is constitutionally important, not just important generally, but constitutionally important. This bill is said to have been tabled on the 21st of October, 2020. It is different from what we put forward. But again, everyone now understands the constitutional importance of this, the great need for this. They tabled it on the 21st of October 2020. They managed to go to a general election in September 2021, and it was never, ever done. We were elected in 2021. It is now 2023, and we are doing it. At the convention recently that we held, we're waiting for y'all on, eh? Because I won't watch that on TV. That's it. That's gonna be what, WWF, or what's the other one? Mixed martial arts. But the issue, the difference is, you can see anything as being needed and useful, and if you don't do it, it's like the Bible says, faith without works is dead. Belief, great belief in anything without some works to get it done, is dead. So we keep hearing this. The national sport, we didn't get to do that. We didn't get to do this, dead. So anytime you thank us for putting work to your faith, just remember that passage that faith without works is in fact dead. We work daily. We work daily. We work on the young men who we met drifting, who we met out of diversionary programs, who we ended up with 15-year-old murderers. We're working on them now. We know that faith without works is dead. But there are some key differences between the court services bill, and I wouldn't be nitpicking about it. I'll just go to the ones that are of substance, and so that the Bahamian people can understand. The context of the court services bill is that the workers, the persons who will staff the courts, are of two sorts. There are judicial officers who actually deliver the justice, and then there are the administrative support that supports them. So when the bill says that the judicial officers are not staff of the council, that is because a judge cannot be staff, because a judge is independent. The staff are the administrative persons, and the public should know that we deal with public servants coming over to this council. Public servants are appointed by the Governor General. But just like the Airport Authority and other persons who now are the employees of authorities, they are not appointed by the Governor General, and that accounts for the difference. There is a very interesting difference that really had to be an oversight, that had to be included, and it's in Section 8. Because what we have put in this bill, which is about the application of funds, is that when the council is unable to meet an extraordinary expenditure during the financial year, which is necessary to enable judicial officers and staff of the council to discharge their function, the government may allocate additional resources to the council to defray the extraordinary expenditure. That was not present previously, bearing in mind how the act was set up. If the court had found itself, for want of a better word, out of funds to do something, it could deliver no justice until the new budget period. So that is not a small matter of detail. What is also notable this isn't a government department anymore. Anyway, East Grand Bahama, you know, you got to decide whether you're going to be fiscally responsible, as you say, and have to stick by something, or you can spend money whenever you like, wherever you like, without regard. The bottom line to it is the scheme of this act as produced previously fixed the expenditure and fixed it for good reason based on independence of the organization, and made no provision for extraordinary occurrences, but this one does. Something very simple that St. Anne's glossed over is there was never provided any qualifications for the chief executive officer in the previous bill. In this bill, we make it quite clear what qualifications, and when you get the qualifications, you would then know what this person is doing. The qualifications is a bachelor or master's degree in business management or public administration, 5 years experience in a senior management position in the private sector or in the public service, strong knowledge of administration, which is what you will be doing, good leadership and communication skills, and good computer literacy. Good computer literacy, because you can be a very good organizer. Yeah.
How would you describe computer literacy? Good.
Yes.
All right. You're hired.
Yes, of course. It's not an IT position, St. Anne's. There was no qualification for the chief financial officer, would you believe it, in the old act. And there is now provided a qualification of the chief financial officer. There is no need to amend the Supreme Court Act as there was for the Magistrates Court Act and the Coroners Act to transfer the administrative work of registrars to the executive, because that is done by Section 17 of this act, which is new. So that is why you do not have the need for the amendment there. They deal with staff reporting. That aspect is new. The fact that judicial officers are not staff is also new. The pension provisions, to be clear, there's been an announcement that the government is looking at contributory plans across the board. And so this is just ahead of the curve. The one that is most important for persons like me, who have been advocating for this, is the previous iteration of this bill provided no participation by the Bahamas Bar Association, which is a major stakeholder in the provision of the administration of justice, as it has membership of both the public and private bar, and we respect the Bahamas Bar Council, and so we have provided for the president or vice president of the Bahamas Bar Council to be on the board of the directors of the council. So you thought about it. You thought it was a good idea. You didn't do anything about it other than start. You never finished. We're finishers. We finished it. That's the long and short of it.
You're finished.
The judicial, the judge's pension remuneration amendment does simply this. There was some confusion about the provision of the existing act. I would not refer to which judges it affects because I don't think that's appropriate. But the purpose of this amendment is to make it clear that you earn a pension after 5 years of service. Because the reality is no judge has ever retired at 55. None. Since I've been to the bar in 1990, I know of no judge that has retired at 55. So it's to make the point that you need 5 years of service and to be over 55 to earn the pension. The other provision simply are to say we cannot affect any rights that anyone else has, and so that is how that is managed. And the 3 months notice point is very simple. You have some persons who may be in a position that they may not be able to accumulate 5 years, and they have a choice. They have a choice to take what would happen if they don't retire now or to retire now. That is the reality of it, and as simple as that. The others are fairly straightforward. We would have hoped that the owner of Hog Key could have thought of a more inspiring name than Torch Key, but it's a private owner. We're not petty to tell them go find another name, and so we support the change of name to Torch Key. There is already a crowd. Yes. We're not going to the crab A thing. We're not going to do that in the House of Assembly. So, Madam Speaker, as always, unnecessary time is spent addressing matters that do not relate to the bill, do not remotely relate to any of the bills. On our side, we give notice to the Bahamian people, as they would have seen, that we as a party intend to be succinct to the point. We intend to demonstrate that if we all were to speak to the point, we probably could do it in 10 minutes. We probably could do a lot more work, but we are faced with what we are faced with, and we will soldier on. It would be remiss, Madam Speaker, as we celebrate Women's Week, that I do not give a great shout out and send great love to all of the women in Freetown. Women, I have a saying, I hope it doesn't get me in trouble, Madam Speaker. The issue of anyone who has a thing about women cannot be human, because we're all born of a woman. If we are lucky, we're all born of a woman. If we are lucky, we're delivered to a woman in marriage. If we are lucky, we have a daughter or two, and we have women as our children. And so we're born of a woman who tells us what to do. We marry a woman who tells us what to do. And we're delivered to our daughters who in our old age tell us what to do. And so to the entire course of a lucky man's life, if he is lucky, he will be doing, he could have an easy life if he simply does what the woman in his life tells him to do. And that is something that I say. But Madam Speaker, I send regards to the women, the hardworking women of Freetown who labor every day to keep their houses together, to keep their children together, to keep their families together. And we neglect very often to mention, and they keep themselves together. Because in this day and time, we have to be very cognizant that many persons have challenges keeping themselves together. And so, before I take my seat, I would implore all men out there to show appreciation to every woman who has herself together, has them together, and have their children together. Yes. And in that way, Madam Speaker, we can actually address very many issues of violence and crime in this country. Freetown, Madam Speaker, supports these bills.
Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to establish an independent body to manage the administration of the courts, to provide support services to and for judicial officers, and to provide for related matters. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Opposed? Will stand. The motion is agreed. Order that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to establish an independent body to manage the administration of the courts, to provide support services to and for judicial officers, and to provide for related matters.
Thank you. Further second readings?
Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase in the number of justices.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase of the number of justices. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Order that the bill be read a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase of the number of judges.
Thank you. Further second readings?
Bill for an act to amend the Judges' Remuneration and Pensions Act.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Judges' Remuneration and Pensions Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read a second time and committed. Further second readings?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move for second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Magistrates Act.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Magistrates Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. That the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Magistrates Act.
Thank you. For the second readings?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Coroners Act.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to amend the Coroners Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. Ordered that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Coroner.
Thank you. For the second reading?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of a bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeal Act.
Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. An act to amend the Court of Appeal Act. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeals Act.
Thank you. For the second reading?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of a bill for an act to establish an independent body to manage the administration of the courts, provide services to, sorry, we did it already?
Hog Key.
Sorry. Madam Speaker, I move for the second reading of a bill for an act to change the name of Hog Key, an island east of the Little Exuma Mainland, to Hog Key.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a second time and committed. A bill for an act to change the name of Hog Key, an island east of the Little Exuma Mainland, to Torch Key. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Ordered that the bill be read for a second time and committed.
A bill for an act to change the name of Hog Key, island east of the Little Exuma Mainland, to Torch Key.
Thank you. Committee of the Whole? For the second reading?
No further second.
Thank you, honorable member. For Committee of the Whole?
I move, Madam Speaker, that the House dissolves itself in the committee of the whole with the Deputy Speaker and the Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the House do now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair. As the opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole with the Deputy Speaker in the chair.
No.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Court Services Bill.
One sec.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed. Sorry. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that clauses 1 to 31 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 1 through 31 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clause 1 through 31 is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the schedule of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the schedule of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The schedule of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Court of Appeal Amendment Bill. Oh, which order you had them? Just a minute. Sorry, Mr. Deputy, the Supreme Court Amendment Bill 2023. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that clauses 1 and 2 of the bill be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that clause 1 and 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Clause 1 through 2 is agreed.
I move, Deputy Speaker, that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
The Judges' Remuneration and Pension Amendment Bill, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Nothing been moved. Ain't nothing been moved.
Honorable member.
Let me move something that he can say. I move the long title of the bill be agreed, Mr. Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion carried. The long title of the bill be agreed.
I move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of this bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that sections 1 and 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that sections 1 and 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Section 1 and 2 of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Speaker, that the entirety of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, the Magistrates Amendment Bill 2023.
One second. That's all right. Yeah, no, go ahead. That's fine.
I move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Deputy Speaker, I now move that sections 1, 2, 3 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that sections 1 through 3 is agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Sections 1, 2, 3 is agreed.
Deputy Speaker, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the long title of the Coroner's Amendment Bill 2023 be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Deputy Speaker, I move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Deputy Speaker, I move that sections 1 and 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that sections 1 and 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Sections 1 and 2 of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I know we're almost there, but we're likely to go beyond 7. I move that the House do sit beyond 7 p.m.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the House do continue beyond the 7 p.m. hour. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The business of the House will continue past 7 p.m.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I move that the long title of the Court of Appeal Amendment Bill be agreed.
Second.
Thank you. Long title?
The long title.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
Deputy Speaker, I now move that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of this bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title of this bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that sections 1 and 2 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that sections 1 and 2 of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Sections 1 and 2 of the bill is agreed.
I move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the bill in its entirety be agreed.
We learn at the top. Second. Distraction. Yeah, they distracted me.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, finally, the Hog Key change of name Bill 2023. I move that the long title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the long title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The long title of the bill is agreed.
I now move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the short title of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the short title of the bill be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The short title of the bill is agreed.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that sections 1, 2, 3 of the bill be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that sections 1 through 3 be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Sections 1 through 3 is agreed.
I move, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that the bills in their entirety be agreed.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill in its entirety be agreed. As many as are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The bill in its entirety is agreed. That's it.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I now move that the Speaker, that we resume as, that the Speaker now do take the chair.
Is there a seconder? It has been, is there a second?
Second.
Honorable Member for St. Barnabas.
St. Barnabas? Oh.
Yeah.
You want the whole?
Honorable Member, you got to wake up.
He said he was on our side. They wanted to test
It has been moved and seconded that the Speaker do now take the chair. As many as in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. The Speaker will now take the chair. Not me. Speaker begged me to report as we have examined several bills making no amendments thereto.
Honorable members, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the Committee of the Whole has reported that the committee has examined the bills, having made no amendments thereto. Third reading and passing of bills.
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passage of the Court Services Bill 2023.
Is there a seconder?
Twice.
It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and pass. A bill for an act to establish an independent body to manage the administration of the courts, to provide support services to and for judicial officers, and to provide for related matters. As many that are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act of an independent body to manage the administration of the courts, to provide support services to and for judicial officers, and to provide for related matters.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Court Services Act 2023. Further third reading and passing of bills?
Madam Speaker, I move that the Supreme Court Amendment Bill 2023 be read a third time and passed.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase of the number of justices. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Order to be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Supreme Court Act to provide for an increase of the number of judges.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Supreme Court Amendment Act 2023. Further third readings and passing of bills?
Madam Speaker, I move for third reading and passage of the Judges' Remuneration and Pension Amendment Bill 2023.
Is there a second? Thank you, honorable members. It's been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Judges' Remuneration and Pensions Act. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Judges' Remuneration and Pensions Act.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Judges' Remuneration and Pensions Amendment Act 2023. Further reading and passing of bills?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passage of the Magistrates Amendment Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Magistrates Act. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Will be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Magistrates Act.
For the third reading? No? Oh, sorry. Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Magistrates Amendment Act 2023. For the third reading and passing of bills?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passage of the Coroner's Amendment Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for the third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Coroner's Act. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Coroner's Act.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Coroner's Amendment Act 2023. For the third reading?
Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passage of Appeal Amendment Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeal Act. As many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read for a third time and passed.
A bill for an act to amend the Court of Appeals Act.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared to be Court of Appeal Amendment Act 2023. For the third reading?
Finally, Madam Speaker, I move for the third reading and passage of Hog Key Change of Name Bill 2023.
Second.
Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the following bill be read for a third time and passed. A bill for an act to change the name of Hog Key, an island east of the Little Exuma mainland, to Torch Key. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. Ordered that the bill be read for a third time and pass.
A bill for an act to change the name of Hog Key, an island east of the Little Exuma mainland, to Torch Key.
Ordered that this bill do now pass and the title thereof declared be Hog Key Act 2023. Further third readings?
No further third readings, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Ordered that the clerk do take the bills passed in this House today to the Honorable Senate for their concurrence. We will now revert back to the order of business. Consideration of Senate's amendments, resolutions, member statements. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for St. Anne's.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There was comments made about the opposition side taking half an hour. That's what we're allowed under the rules of procedure that were signed off on when the PLP was in power previously. Also, Madam Speaker, we have taken the liberty of agreeing to a compendium of bills today. So what otherwise may have taken 6 days to debate, we, in the interest of the people, agreed to debate them all at once, as was requested. So I don't think that it's fair in this particular circumstance for the continued storyline of us taking what we're entitled to, what the people expect us to do. That is the 30 minutes to speak to the issues of the people, as well as the topic of debate. While here today, and for the benefit of my constituents, I received an invitation. It's obviously an open occasion for all Bahamians. The lighting ceremony of the $500,000 Christmas tree is tomorrow. And Madam Speaker, I think at that price and in the occasion, every Bahamian like myself is expecting it to be adorned with hams and turkeys. So, Madam Speaker, I hope there's enough hams and turkeys hanging on that tree tomorrow for everybody to receive. That's the only way such a high amount would make sense. But those that do want to come, it is being put on by the Minister of Sports, Youth and Culture, and it is at 6:30 tomorrow here in Rawson Square. I'm obliged, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable. The chair recognizes the member for Garden Hills.
And information for the public. Be aware of only the side opposite seems to have this notion that decorating a tree costs $500,000, which makes no sense. Anyone who has common sense will know that's not the cost for decoration of any Christmas tree. And so the Christmas tree lighting itself doesn't even cost more than $70,000. So I don't know where he getting his figures from. And so I can leave that right there. So unless the member have some proof of his $500,000 to lay on the table, then I think he should keep that to himself.
I don't withdraw my statement, Madam Speaker. $70,000 is not a figure I would stand up for either, Madam Speaker. But the public will be happy to hear of the clarification, Madam Speaker. I acknowledge that it is normally a beautiful occasion, but $70,000, $500,000, that's a lot of money. And the occasion is 6:30 for my constituents. Yeah, 6:30 tomorrow, Madam Speaker. He didn't deny that turkeys and hams would be hanging, so we'll see.
Honorable Member, there'll be no turkeys and ham hanging. I withdraw that statement, and I withdraw the statement that it costs $500,000 to decorate the tree, because the minister has clarified that. Any further member statements? No. Appointment of select committees. Instruction to select committee. Discharge of select committees. Notices for future meetings?
Meeting, oh, you have some other notices about? Yeah, every time you have notices on behalf of the government.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Oh, you have new.
New questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Kalani.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me see if I can find them now. Madam Speaker, I want to give notice that at the next sitting of the House, I intend to ask the following questions. On Friday, the 21st of July, 2023, the Honorable Keith Bell, member for Carmichael, and now Minister for Housing and Urban Renewal, was quoted in the press as saying, and I quote, "The only thing I will say in respect to the matters of immigration is that a series of questions have been asked of me in the House of Assembly, and it is on Wednesday, which is the question time, that I will appropriately answer all questions thoroughly, substantively, and put this thing to rest once and for all." In the circumstances, would the Honorable Minister Bell confirm that he was quoted correctly in the media with respect to that comment? Question 2. If the Honorable Minister Bell was quoted correctly, would he please confirm for this Honorable House that he did not keep his word and, in fact, disgracefully reneged on his solemn promise that he made publicly and voluntarily to the Bahamian people? Or is today the Wednesday that he was referring to in a statement all the way back in July? Question 3. Since the Honorable Minister Bell has broken the solemn promise that he voluntarily made to the Bahamian people, would he please confirm for this Honorable House the new date that he intends to respond to the questions that have been asked of him? Question 4. Would the Honorable Minister Bell please confirm for this Honorable House that there is no lawful reason why he has disgracefully not lived up to his voluntary public promise to the Bahamian people to, quote, appropriately answer all questions thoroughly, substantially in this Honorable House? Question 5. In the circumstances, would the Honorable Minister Bell do the right thing and publicly apologize to this Honorable House and to the Bahamian people for willfully refusing to comply with the Nolan principles for public life, and in particular, the principle that provides that holders of public office should act and take decisions in an open and transparent manner? Information should not be withheld from the public unless there are clear and lawful reason for doing so. I will also table a copy of the 7 principles of public life, that is, the Nolan principle: selflessness, integrity, objectivity, accountability, openness, honesty. Professor knows, and leadership. He knows. Professor, educate him at some point in time. And, Madam Speaker, as these questions are personal to the minister, one cannot refer to the present minister, but they must be referred back to the past minister in a personal capacity. Question for the minister, for the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, Honorable Keith Bell, now Minister of Housing and Urban Development. Would the Honorable former Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that he personally administered the oath of citizenship to confer Bahamian citizenship on Mrs. St. Helene Joseph Racine, the widow of the late Mr. Racine, at the funeral service for Mr. Frank Racine on the 24th of June 2023? Next question. Would the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, the Honorable Keith Bell, now Minister of Housing and Urban Renewal, would the Honorable former Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that while serving in the capacity of Minister of Labor and Immigration, Mrs. St. Helene Joseph Racine, the widow of the late Mr. Racine, took the oath of allegiance as prescribed in the Bahamas Nationality Act at the funeral service for Mr. Frank Racine on the 24th of June 2023? Next question. Question for the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, Honorable Keith Bell, now Minister of Housing and Urban Renewal. Would the Honorable former Minister of Immigration, who is an attorney, confirm for this Honorable House Section 9 of the Bahamian Nationality Act provides that upon taking the oath of allegiance, a person becomes a citizen of the Bahamas by naturalization? Next question. Question for the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, Honorable Keith Bell, now Minister of Housing and Urban Development. Would the Honorable former Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that while serving in the capacity of Minister of Labor and Immigration, Mr. Frank Racine died on the 29th of May, 2023? Next question. Question for the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, Honorable Keith Bell, now Minister of Housing and Urban Development. Would the Honorable former Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that he, while serving in the capacity of Minister of Labor and Immigration, attended the funeral service of Mr. Frank Racine on the 24th of June, 2023? Next question. Question for the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, Honorable Keith Bell, now serving as Minister of Housing and Urban Development. Would the Honorable former Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that he, while serving in the capacity of Minister of Labor and Immigration, was physically present in this House, in this Honorable House, for the presentation of the budget on the 31st of May, 2023? Next question. For the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, Honorable Keith Bell, now serving as Minister of Housing and Urban Development, would the Honorable former Minister of Labor and Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that he, while serving in the capacity of Minister of Labor and Immigration, left the Bahamas for Switzerland during the first week of June 2023? I want to borrow that phone. I want to call my mom. Next question. Question for the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, Honorable Keith Bell, now serving as Minister of Housing and Urban Renewal. Would the Honorable former Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that while serving in the capacity of Minister of Labor and Immigration, that this was the only trip that he made to Switzerland between the 29th of May and the 24th of June, 2023? Next question. Question for the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, Honorable Keith Bell, now serving in the capacity of Minister of Housing and Urban Development. Would the Honorable former Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that while serving in the capacity of Minister of Labor and Immigration, he told the Bahamian media that Frank Racine, and I quote, "He would have called me while he was in the hospital. I was in Switzerland at the time. When I returned, he was being buried within the week of that Saturday," end quote. Next question. Question for the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, Honorable Keith Bell, now serving as Minister of Housing and Urban Development. Would the Honorable former Minister of Immigration kindly inform this Honorable House of the date in June 2023 that the time that he, while serving Labor and Immigration, received a call from Mr. Racine, who had been dead since May 29th during his trip to Switzerland in June of this year. Next question for the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, Honorable Keith Bell, now serving as Minister of Housing and Urban Development. Would the Honorable Prime Minister appreciate the significance of the breaches committed by his former Minister of Immigration and their far-reaching implications, take the honorable course of action to protect our constitutional democracy by terminating the honorable former Minister of Immigration from the Cabinet? Next one. Question for the former Minister of Labor and Immigration, Honorable Keith Bell, now serving as Minister of Housing and Urban Development. Would the Honorable Prime Minister appreciate the significance of the breaches committed by his Minister of Immigration, former Minister of Immigration, and their far-reaching implications? Take the honorable course of action to protect the constitutional democracy by appointing a committee of 3 eminent, respected, and nonpartisan Bahamians to investigate the actions of Minister Bell during his tenure at Immigration and to make recommendations to the government. Madam Speaker, next question to the former Minister of Immigration and Labor, the Honorable Keith Bell, now serving Housing and Urban Development. Would the Honorable former Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that he agrees with the contents of a release by the Ministry of Immigration and Labor dated the 26th of June, 2023, which said in part, and I quote, now remember, it's very easy to find whether individuals travel or not. Quote, concerning the questions put by the former Prime Minister, me, about a specific citizenship application, we clarify that at the time in question, the minister was in fact in Miami, not in Switzerland, as previously stated in error. Be careful. You can check those records very easily. It's easily verifiable problem. Next question. Question for the former Minister of Immigration and Labor, Honorable Keith Bell, serving the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. Would the Honorable former Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that since he has now changed his story to say that he was in Miami, not Switzerland, when Mr. Racine called him, then he must have returned home more than 3 weeks before Racine's funeral for him to have been in the Honorable House on the 31st of May, 2023. And next question for the former Minister of Immigration and Labor, Honorable Keith Bell, now Minister of Housing and Urban Development. Would the Honorable former Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that in the circumstances, he could not possibly have been referring to his Miami trip when he told the Bahamian media that Mr. Racine was, quote, being buried, end quote, when he returned to Nassau after receiving Mr. Racine's alleged call? And the last question to the former Minister of Immigration and Labor, Honorable Keith Bell, now Minister of what? Any of y'all know. Would the Honorable former Minister of Immigration confirm for this Honorable House that in the circumstances, the minister's statement that, quote, when I returned, he was being buried, end quote, directly contradicts his newly created facts about receiving a call from Mr. Racine while he was in Miami? That's all, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Adjournment?
Rashad, I can need copies. You, right? Yeah. I have a sign.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot of questions when you don't know on the other end.
People do it all the time. They probably say it's
He's the I need copies.
Everybody's staring at him.
Why are you so concerned with seating arrangements, Why are you so concerned with seating arrangements? That's what a lot of furniture is being moved.
It should be like Brussels.
Left convention should be in the middle. Put the line up, should be after the exercise.
They didn't use that, and the people here buy that, and they still talking that.
Put them on the record, say. Huh? Order that the notices do lie on the table. Adjournment?
Move that the House to, on its rising, adjourn to the 6th of December, Wednesday, the 6th of December, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Thank you, honorable member. Is there a seconder? Thank you, honorable member. It has been moved and seconded that the House at its rising do adjourn to Wednesday, 6th of December, 2023. As many are in favor will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is carried. Final adjournment?
Madam Speaker, I move that the House to adjourn to Wednesday, the 6th of December, 2023 at 10 a.m.
Thank you, honorable members. It has been moved and seconded. The House do now adjourn. As many are in favor will remain seated to Wednesday, 6th of December, 2023. Those, as many are in favor, will remain seated. Those opposed will stand. The motion is agreed. The House stands adjourned to Wednesday, 6th of December, 2023 at 10 a.m.
All right.
Oh, I love those words.
Good morning, honorable members and those under the sound of my voice. I join in with the psalmist today in declaring, I will bless the Lord at all times. His praises shall continually be in my mouth. My soul shall make her boast in the Lord. The humble shall hear thereof and be glad. Oh, magnify the Lord with me, and let us exalt his name together. In our Moments of Impact devotional segment, I'll be sharing a devotional today entitled, Who is Carrying You? John Donne, who was an English cleric in the Church of England and a metaphysical poet in the 17th century, wrote in one of his poems, no man is an island, entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. Centuries later, his words from his riveting sermon remains true and powerful because it helps us to understand that God never designed us to do life by ourselves. You see, all of us, no matter who we are, irregardless of our social, spiritual, economic, or political status, need someone to carry us in life. If you don't think you need someone to carry you in this life, just live long enough. You see, life comes with its fair share of challenges and can be brutal at times. I recall a story in the book of Mark chapter 2, verses 1 to 5, where a paralytic man was carried by 4 men to Jesus. And it reads, when Jesus returned to Capernaum several days later, the news spread quickly he was back home. Soon the house where he was staying was so packed with visitors that there was no more room, even outside the door, while he was preaching God's word to them. 4 men arrived carrying a paralyzed man on a mat. They couldn't bring him to Jesus because of the crowd, so they dug a hole through the roof above his head. Then they lowered the man on his mat right down in front of Jesus. Seeing their faith, Jesus said to the paralyzed man, my child, your sins are forgiven. The moral of this story is life sometimes paralyzes you, and you need people to carry you when you can't carry yourself. These 4 men who carried this paralytic to Jesus possessed 2 character traits that are noteworthy of mentioning. Number 1, they possessed sincerity. They sincerely wanted to see him walk. And number 2, they possessed stickability. They stuck with him to the very end. Since they couldn't get him through the door, they decided to get him through the roof. They wanted to see this man be broken free from his paralysis. I leave you with this final thought today. Don't allow pride to prevent you from connecting with others and developing meaningful relationships. The good book says that 2 heads are better than 1, for they have a good reward for their labor. Remember, no man is an island. Everyone needs someone to carry them. Selah, think and act on these things. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we praise and exalt your name, for you are great and most worthy of adoration. We pause today to acknowledge your sovereignty and dominion in the earth. We thank you, Almighty God, for your excellent goodness towards us, people, and the nation. We pray for our nation today and ask, Almighty God, that you would unite us as one. Help us to love and care for each other. Help us to be our brother's keepers. Help us to carry those who need a helping hand. Oh, today we ask that you would grant us your peace, your prosperity, your favor, and your protection. Preserve us, O Lord, from the hands of the evil one. And today we pull down every altar and everything that exalts itself against the name of Jesus in our country. Heavenly Father, we pray for traveling mercies and protection for our Prime Minister and those traveling with him. We ask, Almighty God, that your holy angels will encamp around them and bring them back to the Bahamas safely. Now, Lord, we pray for our parliamentarians. on both sides of the political divide. We pray for their spiritual and psychological strength. We pray for your guidance and your wisdom as they seek to conduct the people's business. We pray against distractions and distortion of thought. Give each of them clarity of speech and the ability to succinctly articulate their contributions. May their discussions and deliberations be fruitful and effective and lead to the advancement of our people and the development of our nation. For it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Let us pray the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Davis, Chester Cooper, Fred Mitchell, Glennis Hannah Martin, Alfred Sears, Dr. Michael Darville, Clay Sweeting, Keith Bell, Wayne Monroe, Vaughn Miller, JoBeth Colby Davis, Ginger Mock, Mario Boleg, Jomo Campbell, Basil McIntosh, Miles LaRoda, Pia Glover Rowe, Lisa Ramming, Zane Lightbourne, Dr. Hubert Minnis, Jamal Strawn, John Pender, Marcus Roll, Leon Lundy, Kirk Cornish, Wade Watson, Leonardo Lightbourne, Leslie Miller Bryce, Leroy Meader, Dennis Petty, Mikel Bonnaby, Michael Pintard, James Aram Lewis, Shannon Don Cartwright, Adrian Gibson, Adrian White.